it is.
Going live.
Oh, down again.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We'll start this meeting, call this meeting of the Historic District Commission to order Tuesday, September 27th, a little after 4 p.m. Let's see here. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you broadcast or say will be on the town's YouTube. Please be cognizant of that. Thank you, Ezzy. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Thank you. We'll do roll call, and Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby? Aye. Connie? And I. Great, thanks.
Oh, is Carrie here too on Zoom?
I'm here on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll get her on the next one.
Thanks, no worries.
All right, we have couple items for discussion and vote. 21 Pleasant Street Foundation, I'll run through the list and then we'll take them in order. Foundation without HCC approval. 80 Surfside Road grade change to take action. This actually includes foundation too high. That's not anticipated within 48 hours. And letter to the select board discussing of reinstating remaining advisory boards recently decommissioned. So 21 Pleasant. Go ahead, Diane.
I've removed that letter right now until Ray gets back.
I only have 2 things on the discussion.
Yeah, it's not the latest.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. Diane, I'm not sure I understand. You're saying that you'd like to remove that because Ray's not here?
I said I sent a letter in asking for it to be held until next Tuesday when we would have a full board.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I must be looking at, this is a different agenda that you gave me?
That is the most current one. Unfortunately, we printed the wrong one, wrong agenda.
The only thing missing is
The only thing missing is the 80.
Okay, so this doesn't have, so we don't need to motion on that. We'll just hold it and please include the letter to select board on the next agenda for next week. 21 Pleasant Street Foundation without HDC approval. This was brought up, this is 21 Pleasant, where we had several meetings, deliberation over grade changes that were being proposed that were deemed to be inappropriate. And we went to great lengths to document the approval. That foundation has been demolished. It was not on the application. It was not discussed at any of the meetings, and it is not accordingly reflected in the minutes. So here this afternoon to discuss what we would like to do about it. So at this point, I just take comments and then see what we can come up with.
Can you stop work? Well, there's no point now. It's
There's no
on.
foundation except for the design receipt.
Okay.
It's up on.
Cribbing.
Do you think perhaps that they did that because they knew once the foundation was in, they were going to get away with it? Because we were so specific about it for such a long time and gave all the reasons. How could they possibly not understand? I think they did it on purpose.
Okay. I mean, look, there's a couple of different things here. One is what we can do about it, and one is how it happened. It's not something that can be work without a certificate of appropriateness is, as we know, not allowed. And their work by an applicant is not approved unless it's included in the application and the drawings, which this wasn't.
Right.
So the next step is what can be done about it. We will, subject to a vote, issue a violation notice requesting the applicant stop work, come in with an application duly submitted with the appropriate information to be reviewed. I think it would be better if we waited until then to decide what to do as opposed to discussing it in advance without an applicant here.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would wait for representation.
Yeah.
So she can defend herself.
But we need to, that's with respect to what to do about it. in terms of what's going to go in its place. For instance, for example, once an application is put in, we may review and determine as a commission that the foundation should be exactly replicated with respect to using concrete modular units and light gray paint and the height. So there's a variety of approaches that can happen once we have an application in front of us. At this point, the matter is whether we issue through staff a violation notice and request an application be submitted and works cease until an approval is granted, if an approval is granted.
I think that's smart.
Okay. Connie, any comments? Okay. So could we get a motion to that effect? You don't need to remake it, just.
I'll make that motion and give them an opportunity to come in. Yeah.
With an application,
Yeah.
through the application process.
And an explanation of what's going on and all that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because I just want to be clear on the motion. The idea is not to provide them a venue to fast track an application. They need to come in through the normal channels.
So on the original certificate of appropriateness.
Well, actually, Abby, I'm sorry, one second. Can you just second the motion?
Yes,
Okay, because then we can have discussion.
second.
Okay. On the original application, you were saying?
She didn't put foundation on it or say the material or size or anything.
Foundation is not indicated on the applications in the drawings or the minutes.
So we inferred that it would just stay the same and she would add to it.
And it would
or-
just be the
Well,
addition.
Well, I think, yeah, but I would suggest that it's not really an inference. If you don't apply for it, it's not part of the work. So there's no reason for us to think otherwise. I mean, it's a technical distinction, but it's an important one. Otherwise, it could be used as a defense. Oh, well, you guys didn't infer, but this is what I intended. Okay, so on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye. Sorry.
okay, Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye also. We would just ask, I think, staff that this would be a priority, just so you're aware, that's all. Okay, next item of business is 80 Surfside Road, which is a foundation which is taller relative to grade than was approved. I don't have an image of it. It is.
I do.
You do. Is it something you can email to maybe Ezzy to put
Yeah.
up?
I have two.
Okay. So basically what's going on here is this is a very prominent location on the corner of Surfside Road and Surfside Drive.
Just sent them to
It's
you.
relatively close to the road. The foundation appears to be at least 18 inches above
The road.
what was approved. And it's at least a few feet above the road, at least a couple feet above the road. And I'm being conservative in my estimates because I didn't go with a tape measure. I'm just giving you the information.
There's two.
Here, as with the other, the prior matter, our positioning is to determine whether to vote to issue a notice of violation requesting the application, and this is the applicant, in this instance, come before the board with a revision application and to cease work in the meantime.
Yes. The discussion on this I personally, my discussion was it was too big for the site to start off with. Now it's moving.
And Ezzy will put those up when she gets them.
Yeah.
Boy, this is kind of tough. 2 foundations in a week.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it.
Great. So do you need a motion?
I'd like you guys to take a look at the images.
Oh, you mean,
She's gonna put them up on this.
Yeah. And then they'll be entered into the record for the application.
I have a question about the last thing on consent. So we're on 15 for now, because I looked at it and I couldn't figure out.
Okay, I'll just pull that out when we get to it. Thanks for the heads up. Sorry to put you on the spot, Ez.
That's okay.
So the application, my understanding is the application was for the foundation, top of foundation to be 8 inches above grade and the grade to be raised 6 inches plus or minus. So within a quarter of an inch is a plus or minus. So 14 inches, and this appears to be at least, well, from this angle, it's a few feet, but I believe that it's probably going to come in at least 1.5 feet above what was approved. So just so you
Because where the
can,
black is where grade is,
yeah,
and that's above the road, so how's that gonna work?
right. So without doing a horizontal level shot, it's hard to determine exactly what it is, but we know it's well over.
It looks like they added to it, actually. What is this cutaway? What would that be for? Like a window or something?
Probably basement, well, like a basement entry, a set of stairs. So those are the images. Diane, can you see those on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Comments, and then we'll go directly to a motion, please.
It definitely seems high, and it's right on the street. So my concern is how the grade is gonna work.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, it sounds like, it looks like he's intends to berm it up to the 6 or 8 inches that he was given for the foundation to show. And his intent is to, bring the level up the.
Excuse me for interrupting, but everybody needs to make sure their microphones are on and that they are using them.
Sorry, Terry.
Thank you.
It looks like he intends to bring the grade up to the 6 or 8 inches that he said would be exposed, but it looks like it's going to be bermed up pretty severely. So I'd like to have the person to come in and explain what is going on.
Okay, Connie?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, Diane, do you have thoughts on this?
No, I agree with what's been said. These people, we had a discussion for some time and all this, that, the other thing, if you remember, and then they ignore it. So I've certainly asked for it to be held and have him come in.
Okay, and that should be under a application for revision?
Yeah,
Okay. So a
And a
notice,
violation, right?
yeah, notice of violation, an application for revision, and a stop work order request.
yes,
Okay, who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll give Diane this one.
Okay,
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. Okay, we can move on to commissioners' comments.
I have a question.
Yep.
It's actually for Holly. Any news on wind turbine meetings coming up or anything?
I believe there's one for Revolution.
There was one out near Rhode Island, Revolution. I
Oh,
think that was
where?
this week.
Oh, it already happened?
I think that was at one.
So
Yeah.
you guys didn't meet to discuss it?
We have not met. No, we have not.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Internally. I will, just for the record, we do have our expert council that has been looking at all of these, and we're not the only location around the Eastern Seaboard that they're also looking out for.
I know, they're arbitrating for more money.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments?
I have a sort of a question about subdivisions, and when we look at one parcel and we don't know what's going on in the other, and it would affect the one we're talking about. Say it's just two, to make it simple. Somebody subdivides their lot, but we don't know what's going on in the back, and we see the front, but what we're talking only about the front. So but it should be seen as a whole.
Like we do with, for instance, when we reviewed Richmond, we reviewed streetscapes.
I think the hard part about that is if they're sold individually, then you,
Okay, actually, I want to back us up. So we can put that on the agenda for other business for next week.
Yeah.
And we really shouldn't get into discussion on it. I apologize, my error. I have one, the Resiliently Integrating Sustainable Energy Work Group will repost, I believe, its interest form notice to see if anyone else, for a week, to see if anyone is interested. That will be posted unless through staff we hear that someone feels, a commissioner feels that shouldn't happen and we should have further discussion on that. So we can't discuss it now. I just wanted to get it rolling. And if you have a concern, please voice it through staff. And it's simply just a reiterance of posting the notice to see if anyone is interested. Public comment. Anyone on? No? You?
I actually have a public comment.
Okay.
It's Terry here. This is regarding 121 Matticat Road, the Botticelli and Pole Gambrel. And there was a lot of talk with that about it's being screened, sitting right across from Sanford Road. And in my opinion, the screening is inadequate. When you're headed eastbound, you have this open, wide view straight up their driveway at the house and their plastic sheep sitting in their lawn. The other thing is, and this is more of a concern, is it was bermed along Matticat Road, right along Matticat Road, and there was talk of that being vegetated, and it has not been vegetated. It's still a great, big, huge pile of dirt. And I'd like somebody to sort of get on them and get that vegetated, especially with something native to the area.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Again, we can't comment on that, but I would just ask staff while we're here just to perhaps look into whether the work is complete, and if it's not, what was approved, and if it's not, what the schedule is, and we could be updated at the next meeting. All right, signs. I understand that the Nantucket signs and projecting sign and the menu sign will be held until October 4th. Okay. We're on to consents. Does anyone need to recuse? Oh, I
can't
forgot.
sit
Carrie,
on-
are you with us?
I'm with you. I just can't sit on this.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. I'd forgotten you were there. You're
No
not
worries.
in your trusted position at my right hand.
Yeah, I'd be coughing all over you.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So Terry won't, or Carrie won't sit.
No.
Anyone else needs to recuse? Okay, so it will be Val, Abby, Diane, Connie, and myself. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve consents.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. On consent with conditions, let's please hold number 5, 15 Burnell, and can I get a motion to approve consent with conditions otherwise?
Motion to approve 1 through 4 consent with conditions.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And on the next one, Abby, just before we get into this, do you want to look at the application? I mean, that's fine if you do. I just want to know how to frame the discussion.
Right. So I looked at it online and I couldn't figure out the front of the house. So I just wanted to make sure the solar wasn't on Burnell Street.
Okay, so why don't we do a limited opening just to look at the application? And if we need to get into discussion, then we'll hold it for representation. Would you mind pulling it up, Ezzy? So
It
it does appear as though it's on Burnell.
I couldn't. Well, so where is Burnell in that site? plan?
There, right there.
No,
There doesn't help.
it's on the east.
Right there? Okay.
Yeah,
No.
go-
The other east.
Eh,
Right?
It's on the
here.
left.
No, Brunel's on the left.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Because-
Brunel.
excellent.
because Sunset is on the right.
Or is that Wisconsin? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so what we'll do is, can I get a motion to hold for representation and then have
See
staff
the-
notify?
See the south elevation, is that the front?
Looks like it.
Mr.
Because-
Chair, I just let in Tim Carruthers from Maxmart, who is the applicant.
Okay, great. So Tim is here. So Tim, if you'd be so kind, as you probably heard, maybe not, but 15 Burnell was pulled from consent for some conversation. We're trying to determine whether the panels on the west side are directly facing Burnell and whether that is the front side or back of the structure.
Right, so the west of the structure there that you can see on the right faces Burnell.
Can you speak up a little bit, Tim?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so that right elevation, which is depicted as the west elevation, is facing Burnell. The south elevation you can see is the door to the house, although it is a little, I think for the most part, they park their cars and enter the house from Sunset Ridge. There's really, there's like a token gate, if you like, from Burnell Street to the house. It's a little weird the way the whole thing's set up. Regardless, it is impossible to see anything from Burnell Street of that west elevation. If you look, those two lower pictures there are from the west elevation.
Well, it looks like where the car parks, you can see it.
No. That from where you can see that top right is actually that would be the east elevation that you're seeing where those cars are parked.
Okay, so Tim, I think my problem is that if you had the roads on there so we could see which elevations are on which roads, it would
So
be
if you
really
look at the
helpful.
two, understood, Abby, I'll try and explain again. So the two bottom pictures are depicted by the left arrows in the aerial view there, looking from the west towards the east. And you can see there's no driveway. I think you can actually see maybe in that right-hand picture, there's like a little teeny gate thing there they've got there. But other than that, there's really, no one enters the property from Burnell Street.
So you're saying the two bottom pictures are Burnell Street?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that does look vegetated, but I think maybe I'd be, yeah, I would be more comfortable voting on this with a view, but I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Okay, if we're going to go towards a view, just in the interest of time, I'd prefer we hold discussion until we viewed it. So is there anyone else who'd like a view?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Would make a motion to hold for a view.
Okay, Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
And
And I'm an aye. Okay, so there you go. Thank you for the information, Tim.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys.
Okay, so now we're going to new business. Am I on the right agenda? 47 Pleasant Street.
Mhm.
As-built window replacement. Is the agent? Alden Allen and John Sully.
I spoke with the applicant this afternoon. He did tell me he was gonna be here via Zoom.
Okay. We're moving lightning fast, so he may not be here yet. Can I get a motion to hold for representation?
So moved.
So move.
Okay, Abby beat you to it, but I'll let you vote first, Diane.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Dale,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. The next item is One Burberry Lane fence. That's a hold till October 4th.
How come?
Applicant's request. And now we're on to 126.5 Main. Is that a hold too? And
Yes.
is there a date request or just a hold?
Held till next week.
Okay, so that'll be held to the 4th. 9 Orange Street, hardscape and driveway.
Same thing. I emailed the applicant for them to be present. Have not heard from them.
Okay, so I'm getting a motion to hold 9 Orange Street for representation.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Let's see, 7 and 8. Oh, 3 Meadow Lane, that's a hold till October 4th. 7 and 8 Old South Wharf, fenestration changes, permits plus. Is Mark with us?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
Mark.
I am.
Once we get it up on screen, we'll let you know and you can go for it.
Thank you.
Okay. Let us know where you'd like us to start.
Appreciate that. The project currently before you is an adjunct to Bar Yoshi that has been in existence for the last 3 or 4 years on the wharf. It's been a very successful restaurant, very popular, and they have run out of room. So they have got together with NIR, the retail aspect, and are seeking to rent, expand into another space that is opposite them. And this space is intended to be used for in phase 2. Currently in phase 1, they're using it for preparation and storage of materials to support their restaurant, which has been incredibly successful. To do that, they want to identify this particular building in the same fashion that was approved by the HDC for their current format across the Old South Wharf, so that the two buildings would generate the same perception of ownership, same perception of being congruous with their total restaurant aspect. And with that in mind, they're here to essentially propose that the two buildings identify themselves from the exterior features on the premises.
Okay, Mark, I'm gonna have one question and then Holly's comments. Are you, just sure, to be sure I understand, are you saying these are twins?
They're
Yep.
essentially twins in terms of the finishes, the window sizes, the building shape obviously is contiguous with what is already on the wharf. So the identification is between finishes and window style, door style across from each other.
Okay, so, and that's to say they're not identical twins?
Oh, absolutely not.
Wish
Okay,
we had a picture.
okay. Thank you, Mark. Holly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, these are the Old South Wharf cottages circa 1969 during the Walter Beinecke era, and they are on the National Register as contributing. I do have some comments from our former HSAB, which is now the HSA group, with some recommendations if you're so inclined.
HSAG?
No, it's the Historic Structures Advisory Group. That's all the previous members with an addition of Mary Bergman, the NPT executive director. So they're looking at stuff, obviously, in the old historic district. All of the doors on those shops are red painted batten doors. These doors should remain as batten doors, with or without sash of a similar style to existing. Window sash and doors should be red. There are too many windows. They should be fewer with more separation. The west vent should be made of wood. And then there's a question on whether or not there's going to be any exterior AC units. Staff's comments. Historic info should be provided on all applications. This is just a note. Although the structure is from the Walter Beinecke era and reconstruction of the wharf, adding the odd gabled structure addition alters the structure. In addition, adding multiple gained windows altered the simplistic character defining features of the wharf cottage. The removal of the batten doors is also not appropriate. The north elevation is what is seen from the harbor area, unlike the last cottage that was altered for this particular use within the wharf for the restaurant. That one actually is secluded from another. This one is not. And I had question on what happened to that building. I understand that the business is expanding. That design was appropriate. However, I do question the visibility and whether or not that's appropriate on the elevation that's on the water. This one's going to be more visually, so on the public way. So those are my comments. And also, it would be, knowing now what the intention is of the applicant, it would be nice to know how these two structures relate, although it sounds like they may not. But again, all these wharf cottages were built the same era, and they should still have some similarities between them. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Holly. Thoughtful. Concerns? Would like to go first?
Well, I will, simply because I don't have that visual in front of me to compare. And I don't know on this site plan where one is versus the other.
Okay, fair enough.
And yeah, I concur with HSAB and or Holly that the side that faces the water should probably remain relatively simple as it is. And perhaps the other side, which would relate as part of the restaurant, could have some more windows. But a picture, some pictures, and maybe a view would be good.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I missed the old I missed the proposed looks just, it's missing the character that those batten doors give the building, and it gives it that old flavor of being out on the wharfs with the batten doors and with the windows in them, and they're all sort of, they're not uniform, they're different window configurations. And then that's all taken away and you have just, 4 windows in a row. It takes the character away from it. So I'm sort of not, I would go back to the drawing board on this one.
Okay.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
I think that if you look at the picture we've got now, you see what the sort of the structure of all the buildings going up the thing. I think their proposal is inappropriate. Whether the restaurant is expanding or not, the building is not, and the building is the important thing, not what they're doing inside it. So I think that the water side should be kept, but I also think that the side going up the wharf should be saved because it fits in. Look at the ones going up. Everything fits in and looks like a bunch of cottages. It doesn't look like, which is what it's supposed to be on a wharf. It doesn't look like a restaurant that's, pretending to be a cottage. I think they got the idea reversed. And I don't see what's going in that little wart on the side. I don't know where it is in regards. I think the picture that we're looking at right now is not a picture of the side because it doesn't have that funny window. But I think it needs to be has to go back and rethought.
Okay, Diane. Let's see, Connie?
I would agree. I'm confused on where the restaurant is in location to this cottage and how this all's gonna fit in. I think I'd like more
Existing
information or more pictures or something.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Mark, I got a question for you on the proposed, these are reverse awning windows, as with the existing restaurant across the way?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is it would be very helpful to us all. I mean, we can do a view, but some members may necessarily not be able to get there. And for the record, to have images of what it is you're looking to work with, not just the restaurant, but also in the area. And then I would, ask you to consider the comments that have been made. So, motion
Make a motion to hold for revision.
and more information, Diane?
Yes, and more information.
Okay, thank you. On your motion?
Aye, and also should we not send it back to SAG?
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky thing, but I think they'll get wind of it.
Okay, that's good.
They'll be reviewed by staff.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Appreciate that. Connie?
Aye.
Val? Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. And here's somebody's tablet. Okay, up next, we have 60 Meadowview Drive. Do we have the applicant's agent?
Yes, Chris. Yeah, you're up, dude.
Yes,
And Dennis, is Dennis here?
yes, I am.
Okay, Dennis, welcome to the HTC.
Thank you very
We've got
much.
the new dwelling, new second dwelling, and a new third dwelling. So primary, secondary, and tertiary in zoning terms. And we'll start with the primary dwelling. And once we got it queued up, someone will let me know, please. Are we up? Yeah. Okay, yeah, if somebody could just give me a shout, because I'm trying to pull it up on my computer so I can keep track of stuff too. Dennis, why don't you go ahead, let us know what page you want to start on.
Chris, if you're comfortable, I'll hand it over to you to explain the structures most appropriately.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on up to the mic. If that one's not working, we'll send you over here.
Sounds great. Okay, how are you? Chris Magnet, Dreamline Modular Homes.
Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Just one item. This is actually the tertiary dwelling, which is going to be the front location. So the tertiary dwelling, it's 18 feet, 6 inches in height, white windows, natural trim, charcoal architectural shingle. It's 866 square feet on the footprint. This one's going to be on a crawl space. Pretty self-explanatory ranch on this one. So in the idea of the project too, I don't know if it's worth it, Mr. Chair, to look at all three. As we kind of go through on the next three applications, we have a ranch on the front, and we basically have a 1.5 story structure on the secondary dwelling, back about 40, 50 feet or so. And then the primary dwelling is on the rear. So we tried to stagger them in height as well as size.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Just before we get started, do you have a site plan
Yes.
that shows where they are? It's not in the packet, so.
No,
Oh, thank you. Okay, would anyone like to comment,
I
concern?
will. I
Val?
think this is perfectly appropriate. I would motion to approve it.
Okay. Abby?
Ditto.
Carrie, you're on this.
I just have one concern. I think the building is appropriate. I'm not sure the siting is right. I think the primary dwelling should be in the front. And, go back to the secondary and then the tertiary. I think it's a little backwards from what we normally do in a neighborhood like this.
Okay. We'll do a second round in a moment. Diane?
I try to figure out the parking and stuff. What is the parking driveway going to be made out of? It looks like it's going to be, I can't read what it is.
Crushed stone. It
Crushed,
says crushed
crushed
stone.
stone.
Crushed stone.
Okay, with a brick apron?
Yes.
It doesn't have an apron that I see, but
Yeah, there's a brick, just so you're aware, Diane, there's going to be a brick apron at the road.
okay. Okay. So the number one that is in front, it's in green, is not the primary building. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, what?
One at a time.
I apologize. I was going to just mention what it was designed as is the primary building is the one that is facing the street, although it is not the one at the closest to the road. It is the one that's visual from the street.
Right. I would reverse them, as Carrie said. I'd like to see it up in front. If it's the primary building with the front door and the whole thing, then I think it should be facing Meadowview. Meadowview being a primary road for houses.
I got you.
I think it should be that way.
I'd like to.
Okay, Diane.
It's very important.
Hold, please, let's just,
For context.
everyone is going to have a chance to talk.
Okay.
Let's take our turns. I think it's a handsome little cottage. I would suggest after we have second round discussion from Val and Abby, that we hold this and then we take a look at the other two dwellings to see if the overall design scheme changes anyone's mind. If it doesn't, that's fine. If it does, that's fine too. Val?
Why I think it's important to know this is, yes, it's Meadowview Drive, but it's Meadowview Drive that intersects with Somerset Lane. It's a
Right.
very vegetated area, and the buildings on this corner and either side are 1 story. So to introduce the 2-story building right on the street, I think this is being more sensitive. And that's what I have to say.
Okay, thanks. But to be fair, just for processing, it looks like the vegetation is going away. I'm not suggesting that it changes your other point, but there's very little vegetation left on the site.
And there's a 1-story building right there.
Right, yeah, I said it doesn't change your other point. Abby?
I agree with Val about the context, and I think that putting the lower building in front is more appropriate for this neighborhood and having the vegetation in front. Furthermore, the next 2 buildings coming up, I want to make comments on the architecture, and this building proposed now is nicely proportioned and it fits in, but the other 2, if they're not changed, I'd like to have them further in the back. So I like the proposed.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm just going to ask that we hold this application open, and we will just set it aside for the moment, and we will proceed to the next, which I have second dwelling.
So elegant.
As if you'll let me know when it's up. Oh, it's okay. Okay, Dennis, why don't you go ahead? Or Chris?
Yeah, happy to. So this is the secondary dwelling. It's 24 feet, 11 inches in height. The footprint is 728 square feet. This is actually a replica of a house that we did actually over on Old South Road as well, behind the laundromat over there. As
Thanks,
well.
Chris.
Same trim, everything. We kept that consistent throughout, which was white trim, natural, white sash, natural trim, and charcoal gray architectural shingle on the roof.
Okay. All right, why don't we switch it up? And Carrie, would you like to go first?
So I didn't get to see where this one is located. Is this in the middle of the site?
It is.
Okay, because I do take Val's comment to heart, and I get what you're saying, Val. So we're getting progressively bigger as we go back. Architecturally, I think it's okay. It's a little, let's see, there's 3 buildings on this property. This one is 2411 from grade. And the next one, because I viewed these earlier, it's about 29 feet. So I'm just concerned that it's maybe now this one should be on the front, hide the smaller one behind and let the bigger one be as far back. But I do still think that the smallest one at the front of the property is very atypical. When you're developing so much, I think there will be much less vegetation here. So I think getting the setting right is important.
Okay, thank you. I'd like a clarification, and then I'm going to select Diane. Chris, which side of the house, because I don't have the site plan, faces the road? Is it the one labeled front elevation?
Correct, yes, it's
We
front
can never
elevation, which
trust
should be
our
south.
eyes here. We know.
No, absolutely. Well, in fairness, I should have put the cardinal points on the drawing.
Diane, thank you, Chris. Diane, would you like to comment?
Well, if this is 24 feet tall, I could deal with that. I think 29 feet tall is inappropriate on Meadowview. I used to be the mailman there, and I don't remember any building being tall, and they all had vegetation in the front. And you just said that a lot of the vegetation is gone, so we can't count on natural vegetation. I think the little building is good tucked in the back, because that's where they always sort of are. Unless it goes right to the front, and the other 2 buildings, especially the tallest one, because you're going to be able to see this house from Somerset Road, because where Meadowview goes around the corner, Somerset Road goes off to your right, and you go along there, and you're looking right back onto Meadowview. So I don't know. I guess I don't have to make a decision until I see the next one. I guess that's how I would leave it.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of these flush dormers on the front of the house. And I think the windows are too small. I think the C windows could go up at least, I don't know what the increments are, but I think they should be larger. And I think the trim around the windows should be larger. It just looks really thin. Well, right, but I know it's a dreamline, but still, I mean, we're okaying it, and I want to make sure it's right. And then I think the trim around the front door is overly formal. So there's a sort of a mishmash. I'd like to, if you're going to make a cottage, I would look at some more cottage sort of fronts of buildings.
Okay, Val?
I think it's appropriate.
Okay. I think with respect to the architecture, that slightly larger windows would be appropriate. And I think you're kind of in the middle with respect to the formality of that frontispiece. If you were to bump that up and put a transom light over it, I think you'd see, you're going to see hundreds of this design around the island. Maybe not necessarily with the flush dormers, but that type of a transom light over a door with simple window trim. On the dormers, I think, given its location, that they're appropriate, but I think the windows, when they're larger, you're going to want to bring that meeting rail down a little closer to the eave. Mm-hmm. And my biggest concern otherwise is the pitch of the roof, which I believe is an 812, which I think should be a 912. I know this is 2411, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So those are my comments. And then I would just ask that we hold this for the moment. Seeing if I'm shooting myself in the foot on that, and we go to the next one.
Mr. Chair, I apologies. I don't know if this is appropriate time to mention this, but as far as the front windows, those C windows, they are for 2846. So I'd be happy to make them 2852 or 2856 to be able to proportionally change that if it was deemed necessary.
Sure, and if you got to go up a little in width on the proportion, that's fine, too.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Next one up, please. Oh, it's up?
It is.
Ezzy, gotta help me here.
So this house it's a 712 pitch. It's a 28 feet 2 inches in height as far as the from grade to peak. And as mentioned, they're progressively getting a little bit taller. Matching facade as far as the roof shingles, the window colors, and trim as well. This being more of a two-story structure that we have as well. I don't know if it's worth discussing it being 28 feet 2 inches. I know it has mentioned height was a concern. I'm happy to drop the top plate if need be 6 inches to get the height below 28 feet, and then we'll have it more like around 7 feet 6 inches, and then basically run the fascia over the window trim if that's deemed appropriate as well.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We're going to switch it around. Val, you got home field advantage. You're up.
Again, these are very basic houses in the end of the neighborhood. That's very basic houses. It spills into friendship. Keep that in mind across from cemetery. And I think it's appropriate. It's housing for the hospital. We need this.
Okay.
There's nothing about it that's inappropriate.
Tammy?
Sir.
I would prefer to see this as not a gable forward, but whatever that other thing is. What is it called when it's not a gable forward?
Eve forward.
Eve forward. I think the gable forward, to me, it looks really awkward. And I think the windows look a little more better proportioned here, but I think they would be, I don't know, the proportion just seems a little off to me. So there's my first go around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane, did I get you?
Not yet.
Please go.
I think for me to be able to pick out whether it should be east forward or gable forward, I'd like to see an elevation of all the three in the line, the way we're going to see them, to see how they fit up and the height, so that it's hard to think how three buildings are going to fit together on a property nicely when you can't see how they are set up. I'd like to see that elevation. I think it would make it easier. I think the windows should definitely be larger the way they seem to be. My set of plans here using this little iPad is teeny tiny, so sometimes it's hard to get the relative size. But I like the bigger windows on the first floor. The second floor seems to be okay. But my concern is I'd like to see how they look on that elevation where we see which way they're facing and how far apart from each other they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other thoughts at this point?
That's it for me.
Okay. I think my comments are similar. If you're going to go formal on the front door, put a transom light in, maybe a 5 light over the door. I understand it's your CAD program, but your fascia detail on the gable is not appropriate if that's what's intended to have such a wide shadow board. Typically it's reversed. The roof pitch is a little bit of a concern. If you were going to drop the top plate, which I think would be appropriate, I would rather see the height and then see the pitch raised to whatever you could. Keeping the height as it is, lowering the top plate, changing it at least to an 812 if you can get it out of there, especially since it'll be forward to Meadowview. A 712 is not a typical pitch unless you're in a ranch style home, and this clearly isn't. Window sizes, I think, I'm not sure if going up is a solution. I think changing that front door frontispiece will make a difference in the presentation. Those are my comments on it.
Steve,
Yeah,
I didn't comment.
I'm so sorry, Carrie.
If you're about to wrap it up, I just want to get my 2 cents in there.
Yeah, no, please.
Thanks. I agree with Abby that it should not be a gable forward if it's such a low pitch. I don't even think an 8 is going to make it appropriate as a gable forward. But I think a nice 4-bay traditional eave forward would work well, especially with the other 2 buildings. And I'm thinking the medium-sized building should have a little porch on it and be at the front of the site if this one is going to be at the back. I can't sort of stress that enough, because I think this is a neighborhood. It might be just on the edge of the neighborhood, but I think it will just benefit everything with a very vastly developed new property. But I agree with everybody else on windows and things. I actually think these window sizes are fine.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. So I think where we are on the 3 of these is it would be beneficial to hold for revisions for any revisions to be submitted with the site plan on each of the applications, and then it goes on a view to be heard when it comes in. So we can see what's being proposed in context on a tablet out on the street, any of the revisions. Okay.
I disagree with that.
Okay, well, that's what I would like to do.
I'd like to motion to approve them.
Okay, on Val's motion?
No, not yet.
Val, there's a motion on the floor. You can't pick and choose winners and losers.
Table.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Diane?
He's muted.
Diane? On Val's motion?
No.
Stephen,
Okay. Yeah,
I didn't hear Val's motion.
the motion is a motion to approve is submitted.
Okay.
I'm a no. And so that motion fails. Abby would like to make a comment, and then I'd like to get a motion for revisions submitted with site plans in each and a view. Abby?
Oh, yeah, hi. So I was thinking that this could be really successful if you just had a couple of turns in this driveway, because right now there's going to be a line going to the back. And just by moving the driveway over and having it swing in and having vegetation on either side to just give this a little more privacy and sort of soften the whole blow of this development, I think would be really make it nice. So those were my thoughts about the landscaping.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Chris, I think given the amount of parking and stuff, just give that some consideration.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I don't know when it's appropriate to ask this, but knowing this is for employee housing for the hospital, I don't know if the board takes into consideration just timing. We have just deadlines to get houses complete, and by the summer, and it is kind of the essence because it's employee housing. So I just would ask for that plea, however that process may end up working. I'll do whatever I can to turn things around as quick as possible, but if that could be taken into consideration.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that. Certainly worth asking. It is somewhat to our discretion, and if you can get it in for, the next meeting you can get it in on, we'll hear it.
I appreciate that.
Motion to hold for revisions.
View and site plans, please.
Yes.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
I have no comment.
Val abstains, and I'm an aye.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that motion, I'm sorry, was for all three?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just to clarify. Okay, thank you. Abby, you are up chairing on the next one, which is 9 Sherburne.
Mr. Chairman, if I may interject,
Yeah.
47 Pleasant is here.
47 Pleasant is here. Okay, great. So we're going to pick 47 Pleasant up, which is as-built window replacement. And is it up on the screen? Okay, thank you. And the applicant agent, if you could please introduce yourself and go ahead and start.
Isn't folding very well.
You're muted. It's my guess. Still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Aldane Allen.
Hi, welcome.
Yes. I'm the agent for John Sully for the window replacement at 47 Pleasant.
Okay. Okay, and let's see. Is there any comments you want to make about the work at this point?
Basically just replacing the windows. It's going to be double Anderson's. Nothing really different from the original. Just the windows are bad, so we're replacing all the windows and adding new windows in the house.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and hear from staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, per the National Historic Landmark data, this is a circa 1900 structure. There is no HDC survey on file that I could find. As you're aware, this as-built window replacement, I guess they're requesting 8 windows per the application.
Yes.
I do have comments from our little group. Before replacing any windows, a window survey needs to be done to assess the condition and age of the existing windows. Any replacement windows should be TDL, not Anderson. The new window casings on the front lack the head casing detail that existed before. This head casing cap detail should replicate the original. Obviously, the windows were changed to Anderson 400 series, which are SDL without approval, which are not appropriate within the old historic district. Staff's recommendation, due to the structure's age and location within the 1970 historic district, these windows should be TDL, sash color to match existing color, and I do recommend a window survey. I will notate that from the photographs, not only do we have some 2/2s, but we also have 6/6s. So it would be nice to find out exactly what's original. And more than likely, the 6/6s would be more appropriate for the structure. So those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Now let's see comments from the commissioners. Abby, would you like to start?
Sure. Could I ask the applicant what the originals were they 2/1s? Or were they always 6/6s?
They're always 6/6s.
Why
Okay,
would you?
originally, okay.
The original, yeah, 6/6s.
Okay, so I would like to see those switched out to TDLs and the trim cap that is shown on the second floor. It's missing that extra sort of historic detail, so I'd like to see that put back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Val? Okay, Connie? And then Diane.
Question, are they going to be white or black
White.
mixture? So they'll all be white, not the black that's there.
Yeah.
And they would be all 6/6s.
All 6/6s, yeah.
Okay, I would agree with that.
I'm sorry, Connie, could you clarify, agree with prior comments or the change?
The change, the 6/6s,
Okay, and the TDL versus the SDL?
the TDL.
Okay. Diane?
They should be TDLs. They should all be 6/6s. The 2 up on the top there in the gate should be separated, and each one's by its own surround, not all together like that. And I said all should be TDLs, and those should be 6/6 also.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I'd like to get a couple of clarifications, Eldon. The second floor front, are those part of the as-built or are they existing?
Those are part of the existing.
Okay. Are all the new windows on site or just the two that have been installed in the front?
Just the two that's been installed in the front and 3 more that's there.
And there's a total of 8 to replace?
8, yes.
Okay. And are any of the windows yet to be replaced of the same or similar size as the two on the front?
The same and similar size, yeah.
Okay.
The 8 are going to be the same and similar size. Yeah.
Okay, last question. Is the storm window that you're proposing to install on the 2 front windows that are TDL black to match the second floor front?
Yes.
Okay. My thoughts are that the 2 windows on the front should be moved to the side. The front windows should be TDL 6/6 to match generally the existing with black trimmed storm windows. And wherever the other windows are being removed, those should have the same treatment, the black storm windows, if that's what exists. A window survey, Aldane, on the HCC's website, there's a window survey form. It's very simply taking pictures, documenting a description of the different windows and representing them where they are located in a plan view, or you could do it on an elevation view. I think in a pinch, you could do it on, now I'm not going to suggest photos because there's no way you're going to get the proper angles. So that's kind of where we are. And
Okay.
Are there thoughts on moving forward with this with a motion?
I have a comment.
Yep.
From when this sold in 2017, all the front windows were 2/1. And the sides were 6/6.
Okay, so if he were to move these to the sides and replace the front with the 2/1s, with SDL, he could get 2/1s.
Okay.
TDL, I'm sorry. Yes, I misspoke. Are there thoughts on how we went ahead with this?
What do you, Steve, what do you mean when you say to move them to the side, the windows?
So in the past and more of the outskirts areas, we have approved TDL on the sides, but not on the fronts.
Okay. Those
I'm
two
doing it
windows
again.
on- Those 2 windows on the second floor behind the black frame store window, those are 2/1s. Are they original with the house?
I don't know if they're original, but they are existing.
And the 2.
I'm not sure if they're original.
Well, they just don't seem to follow along with the windows or the door with that plate across the top of both of them. So I don't know whether they're existing. Maybe he can do some history on the house. What did Holly say? It was 1900?
Holly, what's your read on those being original?
I mean,
6 of one, half a dozen of another.
yeah, really
Okay.
and truly.
I would think that the 2/1s would be original because if it's Victorian, turn of the century, they would have put those in and not the 6/6s.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see putting them, like you said, take those out, put them on the side and get some 2/1s to make it more historically correct.
Okay, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear on the motion, it's to replace the 2 SDL windows in the front with 2/1 TDLs, use the SDLs that are on the front, on the sides, and any of the side windows to have all the new windows to have black frame screens and a window survey.
Yes, that's my.
Okay.
And the trim on the front windows to match the second
Oh,
floor.
yeah. the cap.
Yeah, I said, I
Did you
did,
put the cap on there,
I-
the historic cap?
oh, yes, the trim. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do you understand about the historic cap?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because it's existing on the second floor of those.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so there's a motion. It's Abby on your motion.
aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
No.
Carrie,
All right.
I'm an aye. Okay, thank you for coming in, and please reach out to staff, Aldane, for any clarifications, including on the window survey.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. On the window survey, though, Holly, just an aside, he should be documenting all the windows or just the ones he's not replacing? All the windows. Okay, thank you. All right, next up is 7 Maple Lane, and that is, Abby, you're chairing that, and I am not on it. I must have went out to the restroom or something. You're chairing that one, and I've got the next one.
You're an alternate on
9 Sherburne?
It's next. Because we jumped back from 47 plus 9 Sherburne.
Yeah, but Abby's still chairing it. Thank you for clarifying that. John isn't on it. Yeah, no, I mismentioned. Okay, sorry. You're really good at that. So 9 Sherburne and Abby's sharing. Great.
Is everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So after our last meeting, I went through the building again, and the one thing that actually during the last meeting, I had a historic picture of the house, and it was showing a gable ridge, not a gambrel ridge. So what I did is I went back and went up into the eaves, and you could see there's new conventional framing coming from the 70s. And basically what I can surmise is that only the first floor section has not been altered or touched in any way, shape, or form, and that's just a small little box. So if you go, everything that's red has been altered, changed over the life of this house, and every window to the left, which is a little dining area, all that has been replaced. The wallboard that's in there is also comes from the 70s. You can just tell it's got the groove marks and the chatter marks of, the edge and center. So it is my belief that in 1970, this second floor was built as a gambrel. And if you look at the drawings or the photographs I gave you, you can see the gable end of 9 Sherburne. And I'm saying from 1975, but also if you look at the Gerbrandt's house down the street, which was 1973, that house was designed and built by Bob Gerbrandt. And he said that that was the style of gambrel that was being created on Nantucket, which was right around the time the HTC was taking hold on Nantucket. And so the other part of that is, if you look at that gable end in the photo packet that I gave you, you really see a similarity to that style. And so I did say this earlier and didn't really quite put it as well as I should have, but I said that this was not a gambrel that design you would have approved, because as you go through the photographs, you can see at 13 Meadowview Drive and 30 Meadowview Drive, you can see, or 12 Pond View Road, that those gambrels are of that style and ilk. But as you go to 30 Meadowview Drive, which is 1982, you can see how the HTC has helped bring the gambrel legs and roof lines back to what is more historic in keeping. So that was my reason for mentioning that comment. And that's why I provided the photographs to show you. It is from the 70s that second floor of 9 Sherburne is the way it is. It's just very fat, boxy, and it's not something I think that you all would embrace today. And so that's where I kind of went back. But as you can tell by the rafters and the photographs, they're all new. So newish.
Thank you, Joe. Holly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, the structure itself originally was Windy Side, a circa 1930 colonial revival, possibly as early as 1923 per the Sanborn maps, within Sherburne Bluffs or Sherburne Heights, which was a summer subdivision from as early as the 1890s. Appreciate the additional information, Joe, as always. I do want to notate that even 1970 is technically contributing towards the local national district. So, you know, and I do want to notate too, this whole concept of, well, the HDC wouldn't approve it back then, and I get it. But at the end of the day, if we really look at when building permits were required, when the HDC actually had design guidelines, you have a lot of that mid-century that there were no guidelines at the time. So it actually makes sense. But it's actually nice to, you know, really figure out how all these gambrels are interconnected. So it's pretty cool. As far as comments go, I do have some comments from our little makeshift advisory group that has been providing comments for your consideration. They said it's not clear what the final building will look like after demolishing the identified sections. The 1939 aerial photo shows a footprint that is nearly identical to the present structure. Regardless of the evolution of the building, a cottage that existed in 1939 is a historic structure and deserves to be preserved. Demolishing a contributing building to improve someone's view is not what the HDC should be allowing. HDC's mission statement includes the words preservation and protection of historic buildings. The main portion of this building should remain as its a current recognizable form. Staff's comments, I'll be consistent on this, not appropriate to demolish a contributing structure. A quote, structure which adds to the district's sense of time, place, and historic development is the definition of a contributing structure. An early tourist time where families could rent these summer homes is this location. From staff's recommendation, if demolition is allowed, this structure should be scanned for its perpetuity, and which is typically done and submitted with the information that's been provided. So those are the comments, but again, I really do want to hearken on the fact that this structure has evolved, like a lot of the structures that have evolved from our time of significance, which will go actually include up to 1975 in the NHL. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, board members, anybody ready to comment?
I'll go.
Oh, thank you, Stephen.
No, I appreciate the additional information, Joe. It makes a difference. You know, in an ideal world, the structure would be retained and reutilized or moved off someplace. It's large, it's kind of unwieldy. I don't know that that's going to happen.
No one wants it.
And I think modifying the design to be more in conformance with a traditional gambrel versus a boxy old style, non-traditional is appropriate. That's it.
So could you say that again? You're in favor of the demolition?
I prefer a move. It's got to be advertised, but I'm
We've
just
advertised it
acknowledging
twice,
that
and no one wanted it. We
Yeah.
also went to Housing Nantucket, and they said it's too big and too much work for them to even touch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And given the fact that it's not a contributing structure, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane.
I'll go.
Okay.
Individually.
I thought Holly said it was a contributing structure.
I'm just to clarify.
Can you
I'm saying
ask
not-
her? Isn't it a contributing?
Madam Chair, I can clarify what Stephen was actually saying, that it's not individually significant. It is a contributing structure. Again, that definition that I read, it does meet that. It reached that time period of our history, but it's not individually significant, like 21 Pleasant Street is an individually significant structure. So those are my comments.
Thank Thanks.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Diane, did you finish?
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
No, I wanted to get that question in because I think that up there on Sherman Way, Sherman Turnpike, all that stuff, we're losing the houses. I don't see what would be going in. We do have a thing that says we should know what's going to be going in. So if we demo the place, I am not for demoing it. I think it's part of the history of, I would like to see what Joe has in mind to go in, because I think that's one of the things we're supposed to get when they are taking a place down in the old historic district. That's it.
That's it, Diane. Thank you. Valerie.
If, I don't know, keep what you can keep. It just seems like such a waste to take it down, and it's been there since when? 19.
Parts of it are
Well,
18.
but the
23
footprint,
is-
the outline has been there since 1938. Although altered. No, I know. I'd like you to keep it.
Well, that's.
No, I know, but it's like by the time.
I mean, and it's just gonna be an empty lot, right?
It's gonna be an empty lot. There's
Yeah,
no plans
so
for any structure to
I'm
go in
not
there.
in favor of that. I think some of it should be made into a barn or something. Just to keep part of it still there.
Could, Madam Chair,
More, yes.
just through you, could I get a clarification on what you mean by that, Val? I'm not sure I understand. Turned into a barn.
Well, what is this? These
A
on the
simple
screen?
structure, that could be something that gives the history of what was there. It's so much easier to rip everything down because somebody wants an empty lot, which will probably be sold. So I like to keep something that harkens back to some evolution of this building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
I
you.
hope it wasn't too
Carrie.
painful.
Well, I have a question about what's on the screen right now because there's so much red on all those drawings that everything's demolished, but this is not going to be demolished. So are we going to see?
That's the
Right.
original part of the structure.
Right.
And I did not to the massing to the right as you're looking at that, Carrie. I did not open up that ceiling or rafter. I didn't do any of that. But that room has the 1970 edge and center. You can see the chatter marks on the wallboard. So room has been altered. I just don't know how much. And with all the windows being replaced, I don't know if it was wrought. I don't know if 2-bys were replaced. Listen, I'm not in favor of knocking down houses on Nantucket. I'm just saying that so much of this structure has been removed or replaced or altered that there's really nothing left. Then I'm gonna guess 40 studs and maybe 20 joists and wallboard. That's where I'm just saying there's just such a significant alteration to this structure that's why I'm saying there's nothing left. So
But this is
we
what
could
you're-
reuse the studs, we could save them, and then if there ever is a plan to build something, then we could reuse those. But the other part of it is they're not selling it. She just wants open space. She owns the lot next door and she owns the one next to that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Carrie, could you continue?
Well, I just find the same difficulty is like knocking down a house that's been there for 60 years or 50 years or more than that, but just has evolved over time. I mean, everything we do to every house is evolving over time, and it is significant. It's really, because the other option is that it just sits there unloved, unused, unlived in. I mean, the hospital's looking for housing. How perfect. There's a humongous house right here. So I can't just say, yeah, knock it down.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. So my view is that I do think it's individually significant. I think it's been sitting there at least since 1938, maybe earlier. There's some 1890s the interior is full of, sort of antique staircases and antique floors and,
The antique stair is Brosco.
well, okay,
No.
could you just wait until I finish?
Okay, I'm
Because
just pointing it out.
I'm really sort of unnerved by this. So I do think it's individually significant, and I think it's been there for 100 years. It's been a summer place. It's a casual, yes, it's a large gambrel and it's spreading, but it's a historic building, and you're going to demolish it and take it down to just that small bit. I just can't believe it. I mean, I'm really a bit surprised. So, what is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to comment. We may individually think something is individually significant, but individually significant has a definition. There's criteria. It's not something that we casually or arbitrarily assign. I just think it's important that we're clear about that. Because if we make decisions based upon information that's arbitrary, that's a problem on an appeal.
Well,
That's
why don't you think this is individually significant?
I'm simply saying that it needs to meet a definition. There are criteria that are established, and we don't individually make that determination. I think even as part of our process, for something to be determined to be individually significant, it needs to be voted as such, correct, Holly? So I'm simply differentiating.
So
Wait a minute,
maybe
please,
it's-
if I don't need to be interrupted. Diane's trying to talk, you're trying to talk, please, one at a time. I'll try and field your questions.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Please.
Okay, so right out of your building with Nantucket in mind, a significant structure is any structure within the historic district of Nantucket Island, which in whole or in part 50 years or more are old, which is or has been designated by the commission to be a significant structure after a finding by the commission that the building is either one, importantly associated with one or more historic persons or events, or with the broad architectural, cultural, political, economic, or social history of the island or the Commonwealth, or two, historically or architecturally significant in terms of period, style, method of building construction, or association with a famous architect or builder by itself or in a context of a group of buildings. So it's a contributing structure, whether it meets that definition. I would say this right now, it wouldn't, because I don't see history based on this information that I just read. But again, it still is a contributing structure because it adds to the district's sense of time, place, and historic development. Hope that helps.
Right, and I think that because it was a summer home from probably the turn of the century to, and then there are photographs from 1938. I mean, it's been there for 100 years. So and it's been in the history. People have been coming and summering there for many years, and it's right there on the site. It's been there, and now you want to demolish it. I just don't understand. So that's my view on that. So Diane, did you want to add something, or are you? Diane is muted.
Yeah, I would add something. I don't think it should be taken down just because somebody. No, I am talking right now. I would like to have it remain where it is, because somebody wants to take down a 90, 100-year-old house so she has a better view. Shows total lack of appreciation of our historic houses and areas. Where she is, where the house is in Sherman Way is old section where people came for the summer, as it was mentioned, and it is part of our history. And it certainly, I think it should not be taken down as a whim. I think that they should either move it on the lot or something. But I think a house should get more respect than being torn down so it's not in the way. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Abby.
Did you want to talk?
I did, if it's
Okay.
okay, Madam Chair. Just a couple of points to make. I mean, first of all, I don't think I know that my client wouldn't, and obviously Joe or I would never argue that the HDC shouldn't be preserving historic structures. However, what is before you is no longer a historic structure. There is nothing left of it. Those windows are new. Most of that structure, even what's left there, has been altered significantly. And I'm not even, and by the way, I think that I'm pretty sure I wouldn't, and I'm pretty sure Joe wouldn't feel comfortable asking you to tear down a house which, had its main structure intact and had additive massing put onto it. That's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about an entire roof line really taken down less than 50 years ago and changed significantly to something that I think it's important to say nobody would ever approve today. So, again, even if it looked, and I keep saying it because it's important. And I know that, there is some historic fabric to this neighborhood. We wouldn't argue that there isn't, okay? Just because there were summer homes there in the 1800s doesn't mean this was one of them. It wasn't. And by the way, it still isn't. There's really nothing left to preserve here, folks. And so that's why we're standing here asking to tear it down. It's not a lack of respect for the HDC. I do take issue with that. And I think my client would as well. She's not looking to sell the land, as Val said. That's not the goal here. She eventually will build something here, but it's not happening for a long time. So that's the reason she wishes to tear it down, because it's just going to sit there, like I think Val or Carrie said, that it's just going to be, frankly, neglected until it's mostly torn down to this. And a barn is not what we're preserving here. There's never been a barn there. At what point, at the point you put a barn here or you turn that into a barn, is that really a historic barn? I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're preserving anything by keeping this structure.
All right,
I'd
thank
like to make a
you.
motion.
Okay, go ahead, Stephen.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for some additional information. See what we can determine is of what remains, just a little bit more information on it. And also maybe a view, because, the concept of this is that, and just going by what's my opinion, subjective opinion of what's in our guidebook, is that its relevancy is contributing by age, is not individually significant. But I want to take a look at the setting to determine what modification to the setting this would have. Would it be appropriate or inappropriate? So I think a view would be helpful in that regard. And additional, whatever information, Joe, you can give us. Part of it for me was I looked at it online previously, but the imagery is a little grainy. So if you can maybe change change that up so it's a little more visible when we preview it.
Yeah, I can send it to you all directly, with images.
Okay. Yeah.
And I mean, we have pictures of 1970 rafters, but it sure looks to me like the boards that make the roof are old.
Not depending one way or the other, that could be water damage.
Can I
And I just want to ask my constituents this. So I'm clear. Are we we're only saving significant houses? We're not saving.
Well, I don't think the HCC has made a policy on that. It would need to be a policy that we make. We certainly have approved, I'm not arguing the point for this particular structure, but we have certainly approved demo move off of homes that fit this exact category.
But not in this neighborhood, not in.
Diane, I'm sorry, I'm speaking. You can go next.
Carrie.
That was me, sorry.
So, I mean, I don't think it's fair to an applicant, no matter who the applicant is, to be having a discussion of whether we decided when we know we haven't. And if we want to make a decision, I don't disagree that we can do that. We can broadcast to people, look, if it's determined to be individually significant, we're not going to approve it. That's a great best practice. But
Well,
that's not what's in front of us currently. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
but we generally have a lot of discussion on context, character, and setting. And that comes up a lot in altering old houses even. So there used to be a policy, even if it wasn't official, that you wouldn't even let a demo move off happen until you saw what was replacing it, and to leave an empty lot was always a no-no. That's just all the years I've been doing this was the case. So
I would also like to say that part of what is significant about this particular building is that it has evolved throughout our lifetime and before. And that's part of its contributing nature, whether it's individually significant. This building is so quirky, and it shows the ages through time. And we don't have a lot of buildings that are doing that. And I think it's kind of fascinating. I was against knocking down that modern house up on the cliff for the same reason, that we don't have a lot of examples of a house that's gone through this many phases of its life on Nantucket. So for me, that's part of why it's significant, because it's so visible. It's so blatant in this building that it's been added to here, there, everywhere, but it probably hasn't been touched in 50 years now. So.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Carrie.
I don't think that.
Well, okay, Diane,
I
you're gonna have the
say
last, and then
something?
we're gonna vote on the motion.
Good.
Go ahead, Diane.
Well, I agree, and I said earlier today on the board that when we tear a building down, to have a picture or drawing plans for a new building that's going there, not just tear it down and maybe in the future we might get something, and it may put to us again how far in the future all depends, is what is going there. Is an established building. It has characteristic and the rest of the stuff, which is what we are deemed to do, fits in together.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Okay, so
It
Stevens
doesn't
made a
say put
motion.
empty spots. It doesn't say, I'm sorry, I didn't, never mind.
I just make one comment, Madam Chair?
Okay, but briefly, because I think we have a motion sort of drifting here.
Yeah, so, I mean, we came in with 11 Sherman, and we asked that to be demolished. One meeting, same board, except for Kerry, was approved. To the east of this property, same thing, 1970 house, knocked down. And I think I understand what Kerry's saying, but if that's gonna be the credo of the HTC, then you better start using it for every property on Nantucket that is being altered, changed, whatever, because if that's what's gonna be coming down, then I think we all need to know that that's the parameters and the guidelines that you're gonna use per her comment.
All right, so Joe, thank you. So we're going to ask for more historic information and a view from our board. And
Can you just answer my one question about 11 and 5, I think it is? Just why they were knocked down, just so I can tell my client.
Let's see if we can remember the 16
Right.
houses that have been demoed in the last 3
It
weeks.
doesn't help.
Well, you just referenced the
Yeah.
whole neighborhood that is
No,
being
why-
torn down, so
what-
I'm just making a comment.
yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think we're going to go through the whole board.
Okay, we've got a motion
So,
on the
yeah,
floor for
yes.
about 15
So,
minutes now.
Yeah, so on Stephen's motion to hold for a view and more historic information, Val,
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Yes. Who needs calisthenics? Just come to the HTC for the first couple hours. I get it.
I don't think it's good.
Okay, Abby, you're on this, I believe you're chairing this one too. 7 Maple Lane, and
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Hi, Matt.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Good.
So
What
you're,
happened?
we actually, I think, oh yeah, so you reviewed this once before. Well, with your permission, I can just give you a brief summary. Okay, so you've reviewed this once before. It came in, I think it was about 6 weeks ago. And some of the comments were, we had the house rotated probably about like 30 plus degrees.
Yeah.
We actually tried to make it parallel to all the other structures on the property. And so we made some fairly dramatic revisions to it. We rotated it so that it basically is tangent to the cul-de-sac. So it literally directly faces the street. We also reduced the overall length of it. We had plans for a garage to be submitted that was going to come in under a separate application. It was, however, very close to the existing. That's a great shot there. If we could zoom out just a smidge. I don't know if that's the reduction or if that's the full sheet. I think that might be the reduction. And the only reason I'm wondering if we could look at the full 24 by 36 inch sheet, because you can see where the garage was planned to be, if you will. There you go. They're the big ones. I think if you go down 3 more. There we go. And then maybe zoom out just a smidge. Thank you, sir. Okay, so thank you so much. So that upper, all right, so basically this is the elevation that you would see from the cul-de-sac. So this faces the street directly. If you look at the upper right-hand corner of this drawing, you'll see where the garage, which you had not seen, but it was coming in. And we had done an original schematic where it was actually connected via a breezeway. So the upper right-hand reduced elevation is what you saw previously with the addition of the garage. And so what we've done is basically eliminated a good chunk of the second floor massing. So we've got the gable forward, which has got the higher ridge height. I think it's 27 and change. And then the two adjacent additive masses are roughly like 3 feet lower than that. I think they're somewhere in the range of like 25 or maybe even closer to 24 in terms of the ridge height. And basically we just have a 1-story addition to the right, which is we basically integrated the garage into the design. So it's kind of a combination of mudroom, garage, which is definitely a really important part of our client's program. We did not put a second floor on the garage. We really tried to have the mudroom and this garage be just 1-story, really simple additive elements, if you will. So that's the most dramatic change. But we basically, I wouldn't say it was a complete redesign, but we really took everything the board had to say and took it to heart, changed the rotation, reduced the length, dropped the massing as much as we possibly could. And I think that the house, I think would be a nice addition to Maple Lane. Again, we've worked on 2 other projects in the neighborhood, and I think Brooke has done one, did an excellent job with it as well. So I feel like it's going to be a cohesive neighborhood, if you will, and hopefully this will be a nice addition to it. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so thank you for that. I think the new orientation is great, but I'm not supposed to go first. And I'm not even on. Okay, thank you, Val.
I appreciate the changes, especially making the garage smaller. I still think the roof walk's inappropriate on this style house. And that's all I have, because that's the only side I think you're gonna see.
Oh,
is the front.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Diane.
I appreciate the changes that have been made. I appreciate the garage. What I would just like to suggest perhaps is the shed dormer over on the left-hand side to bring the cheeks in a little bit. It seems to be in the middle. I don't know. You can't get any more and whatever. I don't know whether you can increase the size of the window a little bit, but it would be good to bring it in just a little bit. I also don't particularly think that a roof walk um, goes with this house. It's really not a two-story house, which is what we try and get. Um, but other than that, I have no problem with what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I'm afraid it's just a three-person.
It's a three-person, okay.
Because Ray's not here. So I also think the roof walk is a little arbitrary in that it's in a suburb and, you know, you're not looking out at the water. But I think, I wish there was a little more differentiation between the massing of the garage going back to give it a little more back and forth. It just looks like it's all on one plane. I see it isn't, but
If I could, it is set back, so that gable is per the furthest projection. And I think if you look at the floor plan, that secondary additive mass on the right and the garage are set back, but there is a little bit of a push and pull there.
Right.
With your permission, Madam Chair, could I suggest omitting the roof walk without prejudice? And if at the time of like framing, maybe we could come back for it, but I understand that there's no support for it. And then the other suggestion I was going to make is for Diane. It sounds like she wants the dormer on the second floor left side of the elevation to come in maybe like by an overall foot, like maybe 6 inches either side. If that's what the rest of the board would want.
yeah, that sounds right. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Who is it? You, me, and who?
And Diane?
I'd be okay with approving this, making that small dormer change and removing the roof walk. I don't think my opinion will change later on, but that's my motion.
Okay, that's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Diane.
Aye.
And Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not on the next one.
What is the next one? Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Before you guys get started, you know, it's been a tough meeting. No, we don't have Snickers, but we have pizza. Can I suggest that quick 5-minute break? Everybody go load up. There's bacon, lion, and veggie. And there's a few plates and some napkins. Connie, feel free.
Yeah. Join me.
Okay, thank you.
Come on up. All right, I'll call you.
What's that? No, with the pizza? I stick the 4 slices and they've all got to be bacon.
What's going on, Steve?
Bacon or Hawaiian?
I have pork belly. Oh. Steve, I didn't hear, how long are we on hold noise wise?
I believe surveying the grounds, another 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
Oh, thank you. Are we ever going to begin again?
How many questions can you answer in 20 seconds?
Have they started without us?
I don't know.
No, we haven't started without you.
Here we are. We're getting geared up with documents.
Got it.
What was that whole wait about?
Eating.
A dinner break, 5-minute dinner break.
Oh, that's something new.
Yeah, when Ray's away, the kids will play. Okay, and is the, oh, actually, Abby, you're chairing this one, I'm sorry. Yeah. The next two.
John Paul, are you there?
Yes, sorry, had trouble
Oh,
with,
hi.
sorry, I had it muted. Hi.
Hi. You want to start?
Sure. So this application is from back in the spring regarding the addition of a pool. We did have several conversations with some people at Town Hall about process, and they recommended that we come back to you with the changes before going to the ZBR. So we are back with a few adjustments based on our last conversation. We've eliminated the privet around the pool, reduced the scale of the apron for it, and clarified some of the notes of the materials. I'm happy to answer questions or talk more about it.
So John Paul, do you have a site plan, like a locus map?
We do have one edited with the application. That one there. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
So this, in my understanding, is the updated GIS map that the town has done to correct the inconsistencies with the outline of the lot and the ownership of the neighboring properties.
Okay, because yeah. Okay, so what? Go ahead. You're proposing a swimming pool?
Yes.
On Washington Ave?
Yes.
Okay.
The location is based on the fact that the available space on the lot is limited to the rear and on the sides. It's kind of an unusual siting, but that has to do with the fact that have been on the property for over 40 or for about 40 years, and the neighboring properties at one point were all family owned. So the house is unusually close to the rear setback and very far away from Washington Avenue.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Madam
Board
Chair?
members.
Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I do have some comments. So this is where MAB would have been reviewing, and so I don't know if Bruce has comments as well as a citizen. But last meeting there was concern with the property line, as he mentioned. Both the pool, obviously, and garage, based on this proposed site plan here, seem to meet required zoning. Again, for the record, not germane to HDC, but I think it should be noted that this is within the village residential of Nantucket, which requires a ZBA approval for the pool. Chicken and the egg, it sounds like getting HDC approval would be the best bet moving forward. So here we are. Staff's comments for consideration. The pool surround should be a softer and more organic feel. This also includes the proposed fence and vegetation. It's very, very boxy. It would be nice to have a photograph. I didn't see it in the application documents from the street for the visibility to understand what's going to be seen. I don't know if there's one in the packet. Thanks, Adrian.
In the packet that looks actually toward the street. It shows you essentially how much of the Millie's two-story building across the way can't be seen. So the existing natural vegetation on the street edge, which is actually the space between the property line that you see and what we've shown as a planted border, is a very natural sort of wildly growing vegetated border, and the plan is to keep that in place and to simply plant in front of that on the pool side. So the view from the street won't change. That natural buffer will remain, and it might be clearer on C1.1, which was prepared by Paul Santos, and we placed our drawings on it. And you can see that shaded buffer, which exists on both sides of the existing driveway and along the Greenwald's property, will be maintained, and the new work will be behind that. So currently, one can't see the lawn that is on the outside of the greenery, and we're just actually putting new greenery up against that. And there is a very clearly defined circular tall hedge, which is maintained neatly around the existing driveway.
Okay, thank you. I actually wasn't finished with my comments, but yeah, that's okay. So, and yes, the photographs provided show the extensive lawn and the vegetation from the inside of the property. My point was it would be beneficial to have a photograph from the public way, especially how we're dealing with a proposed pool within the front of the property, which is a little atypical. And my final comment, and this is kind of piggyback up on to what Nantucket Advisory had originally brought up, was could the location of the pool and the proposed garage swap? Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Right, Holly, thank you for those. Val, you want to go?
Yeah, I think that was our concern at the first meeting, was the visibility. The farther back the pool is, the more likely it's going to be seen, even though there is vegetation on the street that's natural. I was also a little confused because the pictures label the front as north, but I think the rear is north.
Yeah.
According to the locus map. So that was just a little bit confusing. And I think I haven't come to the minutes from the last meeting, but I think my comments were the same as you just read. Why can't the garage be closer to the street and the pool between the two structures? It seems like that would solve all the issues and make it a simple approval.
Thank you, Val. Stephen?
I agree generally with Val's comments. I think in addition to that relocation, I agree with Holly's comments. I think that the vegetation should be a little bit closer to the pool and it should be softer so that the fence side is softened. Here we've got what looks to be some, landscaping to the benefit of the individuals enjoying the pool versus the streetscape. And I think that our obviously concern is the streetscape. So that in a relocation, I think that would need to be addressed. Where it is now, concerns about the lack of vegetation, viewable down the driveway from the street, and the fact that where vegetation is not showing is existing is grass area, including a drive on the west side, and that will be visible. That whole area will be visible. And I think even with a fence, that will just make that fence kind of stand out as a 5-foot fence on a grass lawn. It's just very atypical.
Mhm.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Diane?
What about, does this have approval through the Nantucket town to have a pool here? I thought Holly said it needed to be approved through the special.
Madam Chair, through you. Diane, yes, it needs to go to the ZBA, but they've been advised by colleagues in the Plus department for them to get approval from the HDC first. Again, it's a chicken and the egg. They both are required, obviously.
Right, that's what your remark was about the chicken and the egg. I think that the pool is inappropriate here. It was Washington Street where it meets Nantucket Road is very flat. It's not heavily vegetated. What vegetation has been put in is maintained to hide something. It's where it is now, it's just on the very edge of the sideline. I don't need to see the grass. I need to see the thing where it is. The corner of the pool runs into the 20-foot setback. I don't know. I think it's a bad place. I think if they get approval, it should be absolutely simple. It should have no runaround of whatever. It should be just a pool set in the grass with no surround at all. And it should move back so it is more protected. It doesn't matter whether their father, grandfather, great-grandfather, or any other father owns the other property. It doesn't mean it's going to stay in that. And it doesn't mean that 2 days after this is approved that it's sold to somebody else. I don't think that is a qualification that really we should be considering. I think the pool is not appropriate where it is. I think it needs to be absolutely simpler, just a pool with the surroundings, I said before, and I certainly would like to see the EBA approval. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. Mandel, did you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the HDC and staff. As a former member of the Nantucket Advisory Board, I can say that not all of our comments were transmitted. First of all, this property is highly visible from the commercial establishment across the street, Millie's, from the second floor. And it presents a rather unpleasant viewscape as far as we're concerned. The plans are incomplete. There's no indication of where the pool equipment enclosure is, whether it's going to be buffered to prevent noise. And as it was mentioned before, because ground cover does not include pools or their decks, this becomes a very busy site with a new garage, a new pool. The garage, I believe, has got some space above it. It's clearly what is becoming in Nantucket a concern for STRs that don't represent the characteristics of our neighborhood. So we wanted to make those comments clear, that those comments were also included by the advisory board that just didn't make it. And as far as the ZBA is concerned, we've been pretty active there regarding pools, not against them, but expanding the 9 conditions that ZBA normally imposes on pools, but to expand those to 12 conditions that address Nantucket's concerns. So once those conditions are imposed, assuming they would be imposed, it would alter perhaps the site plan. And although some advice has been given that ZBA comes after HDC, our suggestions are that the ZBA ought to come before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's my turn. I think it's inappropriate to have a swimming pool right on Washington Ave. It's wide open there. They're going to be, you just look down from Millie's right into the swimming pool, I believe. So I'm not sure if they wouldn't want to. Somebody suggested switching it, the garage and the swimming pool. And I further that, I would say maybe you could use the garage as screening if you really need this pool, and have your driveway on the left-hand side curve around, and you would sort of disguise the pool sort of more into the site. So what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to hold for some reorientation and so forth?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to relocate the pool to between the house and the garage in some configuration.
Okay.
To address the screening of the fence with indigenous plant materials.
Right.
And otherwise revisions as were requested.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, for that motion. On Stephen's motion, Diane?
No.
Okay. Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And Steve, on your motion?
I'll be an aye too.
All right. Okay, so we'll hope for revisions.
So there's no opportunity for me to respond to the comments. You've already made your decision.
Yes, that was the pleasure of the board. I didn't know you wanted to say something, but.
Well, I did try to interrupt before the motion was made, because I think there are some statements that were made that are things that require discussion, but I guess since you've made the decision, we'll deal with that a different way.
About that, I didn't know you were wanting to speak.
Well, it went very quickly from a final comment to a motion, so I wasn't given an opportunity, I guess.
If your comment is you want to move the garage to screen the pool from the street, we could entertain that.
But I think that let's see what you come up with.
One of my comments is that I could have shared my screen and showed you the views from the street that clearly are not as they have been described by the members on the board. And I'm wondering why it is that a commercial property like Millie's, the view from that is more important than the quality of life for people living on the street. The pool enclosure, the pool's very clear. That equipment is shown clearly on the plan. Certainly reducing the amount of paving around it is an option. That's not problematic, but I do think it would have been helpful to show you those pictures so that you could see what the situations we're dealing with there. But I do think that since it's clear that this is a decision you're making to force the movement of the pool to the other side, that's what we're left to deal with since the motion has been made. Is that clear? Is that, am I understanding that?
Actually,
so and let me just say that the board members are perfectly aware of the streetscape, and we're not just coming out of the blue. I mean, we understand where it is, and we have our opinions on how open it is. So they're not just arbitrary and capricious statements.
And if I may, Madam Chair, images were included in the application, which we just reviewed from the street. So I'm missing the point based upon what was presented already. And I will clarify that, it's our prerogative to force an applicant to make changes that are appropriate. I mean, that's the very fact that we're here for.
I'm not questioning your.
I'm not asking for a response. I just wanted to be clear for the record that is our role. We prefer to have it be done in a cooperative manner, but if changes aren't made, then we make a request, and if they aren't made, then we make a determination based upon the next application or the next submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
He's got the garage. I would make a motion, subject to the applicant's agent having an opportunity to speak, that we would hold this to track.
Okay, Stevens made a motion to hold this to track. All in favor of?
Oh, well, subject to if he wanted to comment. That was
Okay,
all.
if you wanted to comment on this, JP?
No comment.
No comment. Okay, so on Stevens' motion, Val?
Aye.
Di, Anne? Diane, to have the garage track?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye, and on your vote, on your
Aye.
motion. So,
And I think that the last time we commented, the building was fine. It was the location pending the pool.
the building was. Oh, the garage itself.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move to 16 Cherry, is that correct? Okay, so it will be our two alternates and Abby and Diane and myself.
Okay, this is Nancy representing Structures Unlimited, if you hear me.
We do, Nancy. Bear with us just a moment
Sure.
as we get it up on screen. I'm going to get a little mirror so I can.
This is a very simple bike shed, basically.
Good. Okay, Nance.
Okay, so it's 5 by 7. It's to fit into an area that is about the only place these people can put a shed that would be convenient to the front of the house. The back of this property goes very deeply, very quickly downhill. And so that is not an available option. And they really want it for bikes to be accessible to the front of the house and not having to go through the basement or something and bring it back up. It's all going to be cedar, so it will weather out. So it's going to just sort of fall into the property and the house and look like the ward on the side. And they have some trees and plants there already, and they are planning to keep that there so that, and enhance it a bit so that they do not really probably be seeing this in any next year. So I think that's about all we have to say about this shed.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Any concerns?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Holly. Oh, yeah, this is right on the. cost.
This is actually within the old historic district. It's a 1984 infill. This proposed shed is perfect, no concerns that I see. Sorry, it wasn't on consent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, Diane?
I'm absolutely okay with it. I think it's good.
Okay, Connie? Carrie?
Yep.
Okay, a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion with some emotion, Diane.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, next up is.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Nancy. 9 Long
Nice.
Pond Road.
Still once in a while.
I'm sorry?
I said nice to talk to you all once in a while. So thank you.
Drop in sometime.
No.
9
Okay.
Long Pond, Act Smart.
Pardon?
We're going to 9 Long Pond, and the applicant's agent is Act Smart. Okay, who do we got, Tim?
Is, is he Act Smart? I thought he was another one.
I thought.
He's excellent.
I don't see him in the queue. You seem to have lost him.
I make
Okay,
a, I make a motion to hold for representation.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, Bruce, we're not gonna open one without the applicant's agent, just
Come
because it's not fair to them. So there's a motion to hold for representation on your motion, Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye, if he shows up tonight, will we look at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Connie?
Aye.
Okay.
When
91
will it be
Hummock?
reconsidered?
What's that? Oh.
I'll be happy to, but I have some comments that I'd like to make in person.
Okay, Bruce, we did close it. You're free to make your comments when it's actually open, but we don't take comments on an application. Rarely, if ever, if the applicant is not here to speak.
Well, I understand that, but you made a motion to hold for representation. Is there a time limit?
No. Well,
Makes
I mean,
it kind of hard to have an open meeting law thing when something is so vague as this.
okay, I'm going to depart from our normal way of doing business just to indicate for the benefit of everyone who's listening at home too. If you are interested in finding out what the agenda is, you can sign up to the town website.
I get it.
It will send you, and you will know when it will be heard again. You will not necessarily know if it will be heard, but you will know that it is on the agenda to be heard, which I presume for this one will be at the very next meeting. Correct, Holly?
Yeah, it will stay under this category of business.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. You ask the public to, and the community to spend hours waiting to speak about
Bruce,
something.
I'm sorry, I've got to stop you there. We're all waiting hours to do this. It's a matter of process. The applicant is entitled to be able to fairly represent themselves before someone else makes comments. If we were to hear comments from someone before the application is presented, it could be determined to prejudice the board, which could be a basis for an appeal and a denial of our determination, which could in fact work against you. I'm done taking comments. I just wanted to, thank you, Bruce. Bruce, thank you. Bruce, thank you.
Yes, you're right. They do.
And you're gonna ask, if you swear in the building or in the venue, you're gonna be asked not to attend. That's frustration. Thank you. All right, with all that pleasantry aside, we're gonna move on to 91 Hummock Pond.
It's a new second dwelling. And the picture I just passed around, I know there's pictures in there, but that's a picture from the street, from the bike path. And this building's going behind the trees, behind where there's a parked truck.
I
the
see
back
you
of the line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, let's get it together here.
Yeah, 91
Yeah,
Hummock Pond
91
Road.
Hummock.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Ethan, just based upon comments I'm hearing, can you just give us dial us in until the locus is up?
There's the picture. It's
Dial
going
us
behind.
in on location. What's the nearest cross street house, so on and so
Oh,
forth?
the intersecting to Mycomic Golf Course and where that house burnt down a couple years ago on that Pumpkin Pond Farm or something.
Okay, so it's out past the
junkyard
cooperative and the junkyard on
Yeah.
yeah.
It's not a junkyard.
A place where they store cars.
Thank you.
And I got the best tire change ever there from Jim.
Yes.
It was across from Jesse Dutra's
So this is
house.
Somerset Lane, and then the beach. Okay, so we've got our bearings. Thank you. I'll just ask, if you don't mind, Adrian, when you bring it up, let's start with the locust. Just while I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Just while we're waiting, this picture proves that everywhere on Nantucket you can see a roof.
So that's the main house, and this is going behind the trees.
Okay. And would you like to speak on the architecture at all before we?
It's a shingled box, like everything else around here.
Appreciate your honesty.
It meets the second dwelling rules, 20% smaller than main house, 22 feet high or something, you know.
I'm ready.
Please go. No, it's fine.
I did look at this and I appreciate the location. Ethan, I couldn't tell as a dwelling what was the.
Microphone.
The glass.
I appreciate the location of this structure and the stature. I struggled with knowing exactly what was the front because it seems as though the south is the front, but it also has all those bank of French doors. So I was a little confused.
It's the bank of front doors faces the back of the front house.
That's the front of the
Yes.
second dwelling?
Yes.
I'm struggling with that. But
Which is the front right now? South?
The bank of windows, doors.
Really?
Well, it
Okay.
faces the courtyard's the backyard.
yeah.
Any other comments, Val?
No, I just like one of the doors to at least look like it's the front of a structure.
Oh, I can do that with the little one.
I'm not.
Abby?
So I really like this house, but it's got to have a front door, and you can't have a whole bunch of French doors on the front of a house. So what are we going to do about that?
He could call the other side the front.
I could do that, yeah. I could put a front door right.
I mean,
in the
given
lower
its location on the lot.
Yeah. In the lower left there's a door. I could make that the front door.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
No.
Okay. Diane?
No, the only thing I thought is either combine those two shed dormers into one. So you'd have one big one with the two windows in it on the left and a single one on the right, bring them in a little bit. I think it may make the roof up there a little simpler, less busy. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I also have a concern with 6 glass doors on the front. Whether it's the front or not, it's facing the road, and I think you'll see it past the little shed because the driveway is going straight down to that elevation.
Right.
So I don't know. It's broken up a bit.
Okay. And my comments is, I think that this, well, let me get a clarification, Ethan. What's the distance from the street to the structure roughly?
Oh, I can't remember. It's like the lot. It's way in the back of the lot. I've filed this back in August or whenever.
It's about 180 feet.
It's more than that. It's almost
Okay.
300.
But it's open, part of it.
What's open? The lot? It's all woods and trees.
Okay, so there's vegetation screening the structure.
There's a lot of vegetation between the two buildings. There's
Okay.
existing trees that aren't going anywhere.
I would say that that's what I thought, but I'd be lying.
mean-
No, I thought there was a lot of vegetation there, but
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure what it.
That's why you submitted the photo.
What your final intention is. So my perspective is, given its location, the dormers are, I agree with Diane, but would be at an oblique angle at best from Hummock Pond Road, given its orientation and at the rear of the lot. And the doors, I think, subject to screening at the existing drive, is fine. It's just at the rear of a lot. Val, do you want to comment again?
I do. Given that it's a straight shot down the driveway, would you entertain putting a porch roof over those doors or something to just mitigate?
I like a pergola, or porch roof. I could put a porch roof on it, but like the little shed roof. Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm
I
not
didn't want to
so
spend
sure
all their
you're
money.
not
yeah.
gonna see it because it's a straight, well,
Okay,
there's,
I mean, just to clarify, my point was, is if there's vegetation, so you don't see it.
There's trees, lots of trees, and plus that other building's in the way.
How are you going to build it with all the trees in the way?
Like we built my house in my backyard very
Okay.
carefully.
Well, okay, so then we would have to, okay, I'll try them. Did we talk to different?
Yeah, Holly, thank you for reminding me. is there anyone who has their hand up? And everyone had a chance to speak. Yep.
I'll make a motion that to approve that the vegetation remain to obscure the row of French doors.
How about at time of inspection and thereafter?
Yeah.
And what about the dormers? We mentioned that. They seem to be all right.
It's Diane, it's 150 feet from the road.
300.
Okay, 300, whatever.
I'm just repeating what Ethan said.
Yeah, it's pretty far. And like you said, it's in the angle facing the neighbors and all the property behind you.
Diane, I think it's so far back from the road that I'm saying that the vegetation has to remain in front of the building, between the building and the road. That's my motion.
Okay, so on the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye, I guess.
so I'll take that as an aye. Diane?
Well, I might as well say aye.
Aye, okay. Carrie?
With the vegetation, aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye also. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Okay, next up. H. Sachem. We approved it. So we got two for HHM. One is demo a shed and the other is a new shed. Do we have any?
Mr. Chair, I don't see workshop APD in the queue unless somebody's there. Oh,
Yep.
Sam.
Yeah, Sam Titone, representative for Workshop APD.
Okay, Sam, welcome to the HDC. We're going to pull that up and then you can get, or it's up.
Great, thank you.
I got 91 Hammock Pond Road up.
Yep. We've got a one-armed paper
Yeah,
hanger
we
here.
only have Aiden here tonight.
Adrian.
Adrian.
Did you sign it, Val? Did you sign the shed? Or
Adrian.
wait, I think is that the shed?
Yeah, the first one is a demo application for an existing shed.
Okay, we're up. Go ahead.
Alrighty. So we had originally proposed to relocate this shed on the site, but the client decided it wasn't going to meet their needs. So this is directly related to our next application for a new shed. So we're just proposing to remove the existing so they can have a little bit larger of a shed towards the front of the property.
Okay.
So yeah, our original application that was previously approved was to relocate it to the front of the property, but again, it was not meeting the needs of the client.
Okay, is there anyone with concerns?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, Holly.
That's okay. I just wanted, because this isn't within a, kind of a historic neighborhood, we were down the street from this earlier tonight. I just wanted to mention that for the record, the main home on the lot is 2000. So it leads me to believe that this shed is about that same vintage. I would say I noted that the application says to demo the shed. It would be nice for this to be possibly a move if somebody was willing to purchase it. Doesn't seem like, or take it off their hands. It doesn't seem like it's in any rough shape based on the photographs that were provided. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Appreciate it.
Right.
Who has a concern or a comment?
I would say that it should be a move or demo, not just a demo. It's looks like a good shed, be useful to somebody. We ought to try it.
Okay. And Diane, I presume that just as a clarification, so long as it's moved somewhere on the site in the interim, that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to check.
Do what we can to save it, that's all.
Yep, okay. Anyone else?
No concerns from me.
Okay. How about a motion?
Motion to approve and what, sorry, Diane, you
move.
make the motion because you wanted it somewhere on the site.
Well, I wanted to make a motion to hold on this out until it's necessary to go and be under move or demo rather than just demo.
So through staff, move or demo.
Yeah.
Okay. On your motion, Diane?
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I think Connie, you're on this one.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, Scott, you're up next again.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. You're reading my mind.
So I think this is the wrong application up on the screen. We had submit 3 different applications at the same time, so maybe this is just the wrong link.
This is a cabana.
So this was approved through staff. The cabana renovation, I believe. And the next application is for the new proposed shed on the site.
Bear with us.
No problem.
Aiden is all over it.
Thanks, Adrian. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So this is the new proposed shed that we're proposing in the front of the lot, and it's a little bit larger. It's 10 or 12 by 20 shingle roof and side walls, and then there's painted carriage doors that we are proposing to paint Newport blue. And then we have natural barn doors on both sides.
Can we go to the elevations, please? I think there's, yeah, that's it. Okay, comments? Val?
I think the shed itself is fine. I'm not sure about the location.
Yeah, I could, they buzz, can we go
Do
back?
we
to
have
the-
some photos of the site so we can see that?
Yeah, there's an existing conditions sheet a little further up. So you can't see much from Sachem. But if you zoom in, I guess on that, yeah, that view in the middle there, that aerial view south might be the most helpful. So the one to the left is kind of what you can see from Sachem. So it would be tucked behind that brush to the right.
To the left, closer to the driveway.
Correct.
Okay, so go back to the middle one.
Yeah,
So in that corner?
yeah.
So yeah, about where that red truck is on the site, it would be in the yard to the left of that. Yeah, roughly.
So this is the driveway.
Yeah,
That's where the shed is going to be?
yeah. And it would be pretty much
what's
where the
this?
mouse is. That's Sachem Road.
Yeah, I just think that's an unusual location. Oh.
Yeah.
The front of that, it's the front of
Okay.
the house.
So, and just with respect to location, are we clear? Is anyone not clear on where it is? And Connie, by the way, you're on this one. I think, or no? Who voted on the demo? You, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
So
Go ahead.
personally, I would put it on the other side of the property, sort of back. Or so not in the front of the house.
So
We don't put sheds in the front of the house, Sam.
okay, if you just want to go to the site plan, I can kind of explain our thinking and show
Okay.
you how we're kind of limited on certain areas on the site with the septic leach field, an existing garage that we're renovating into the cabana, and then a proposed garage studio in the previous shed location. So in order to access this shed comfortably off the driveway, this was one of our few options.
No, that's not it.
Okay. All right, Sam, I don't think you're going to get any traction on this, my friend.
Okay, it's worth a
So,
shot.
Yeah, no, as opposed to having you belabor it. Can we give him some more specific input as to location, just individually?
I think one of the reasons we don't put sheds on the front is it obliterates the front of the house. So you don't want to sort of obscure that. It's as if you were putting, I don't know, I'll have some other board members weigh in.
Okay, so if it was in the corner where you turn into the driveway, tucked in that little brush, it would be more palatable than the placement you're suggesting, which is really not that far from the house.
So it can't go any further because of the setback line. So maybe my description in the picture was a little misleading. So it actually is closer to that front brush.
Well, how many feet is probably?
It looks like 3 depths of the shed.
Yeah.
So
So
what's
now-
what's the width of
What
the
about
shed?
putting,
Well,
So it's about 36 feet from the property line.
what
Which
about
is-
putting it down behind where those cars are parked?
Down at the end of the driveway?
no, because they're
Yeah.
putting in another garage.
Can we actually focus on the aerial of this photograph? There's one, yeah, on the right.
So there's wetlands in that corner, so we can't build in that specific corner, Diane.
What about where that red truck? Oh, that's right in front. Huh.
Okay, well, I think that we're going to ask to hold for revisions at this point.
Of location.
Yeah, of location. It's a charming structure, and see what you can work out. Maybe there's some magical formula that I would also suggest that, Scott, if you come back and you're moving it any closer towards where Val had suggested, which is to say towards Sachem, away from the red truck, put it in that aerial image so we can see where it is relative to what exists, and also any vegetation you're suggesting you'll propose in addition. I think it'd just be beneficial to see it in real life.
Give us some options. 1, 2, option A, option B.
That's a great idea, Diane. Thank you. So is that your motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, and then we're going to move to Carrie on this one. Oh, both of you, and then Carrie will be up again. Because Val, this is a Val application.
I know,
Oh,
I'm not feeling it.
Yeah,
Oh, we got a whole Val hour here.
yeah, I'm mapping it out. That should be easy. 28 Prospect.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is an application for a driveway apron and a driveway by itself. I didn't know that the DPW requires HDC approval for a driveway permit. So that's what we're here for. The house is already approved.
Is this the one you did down from the Mueller house?
Yeah.
Yeah, right next door.
Yep. And I did see HSAB comments, and we're happy to change it to whatever you guys want it to be.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the lot is infill that you all approved with a new dwelling on it this year. Yes, the zoning bylaw was amended to require basically any encroachment with an apron to get HDC approval prior to getting an encroachment permit from DPW. Due to yours truly, make it easier, as we saw some issues with that. Staff's comments, brick is appropriate for the apron. Gravel is appropriate for the driveway. Did have a question on whether or not could have the brick tire strips instead. I wanted to mention that the zoning bylaw 139-20.1 requires the width of the driveway to 10 foot, of the driveway apron to 10 foot behind the edge of pavement. And I'll get back to why I'm mentioning that. Our advisory little group provide comments. They said, as it's proposed, it feels like too much brick for this less formal area of Prospect. It would be preferable to keep the brick to the width of the sidewalk and use the gravel beyond that. And that's why I referenced the zoning bylaw. So if, for in fact, the sidewalk continued in front of this property, because it actually stops, I think, 2 houses towards town. If it did, in fact, continue, then we would basically be including that 10-foot depth with utilizing that brick, if that makes any sense. So you wouldn't be extending the sidewalk and then the 10 feet. It would take up that sidewalk and then up to 10 feet.
There's no sidewalk on that.
Right. And I just wanted, that's why I was mentioning that comment, because of what the advisory group said. So staff's recommendations, obviously there's no sidewalk at this section of Prospect Street. However, if there was the apron's width, it would include the sidewalk width. Therefore, it's consistent within the area. And I reference across the street next to the Stojacks. There's a smaller house with a full, I think it's herringbone brick driveway. The bylaw allows a driveway width can be a minimum of 10 feet and a max of 15 foot, which excludes the 2-foot radius of the corner rounding, which would come up to 19, which is, I think, what Val is proposing.
Yeah.
However, you may want to kind of clarify the dimensions. If you go to the plan, Adrian, I just wanted to
I
show
did
this.
write 10 by 19.
You
on it.
did.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, oops, sorry. Don't like breathing into that. It looks like you're actually smaller here. My point is you don't have to be this width right here. I don't know what that is. You could be up to.
Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. I gotcha.
See what I'm saying? Because you're flaring it out a lot sooner than you could actually go straight and then flare it out. So those are my comments. That's all. As far as material goes, it's appropriate. Thank you.
To clarify that, it's 10 front to back, and 19 is the widest at where it hits the street. If that helps. 12.
Okay. All right, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I think I'd be fine with the apron being brick or Belgian block. I think Belgian block would be nice around that old hill with the Mueller estate and all that, gravelly drive. I think that would be very pretty. I think that the Belgian block actually might be even better.
I just didn't see any in the neighborhood.
Okay. Diane?
She's muted.
I think the 19 by 10 is good. You don't want to be too narrow from the street and swoop in there and run over it every time. I don't know if Belgian block would be good. I would like that because I think it's not quite as formal as the brick. I don't know what anybody else thinks. I don't care that much, but if I made a choice, it would be of the block.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I'm fine with this, considering there's lots of brick in the neighborhood already.
Okay, Connie?
I have no issue with this either. I think it looks fine.
Okay, two comments. One, if you don't go with brick, I'd say cobblestone, and that'll go with the native stone or the pea stone or the driveway, if that's what you do, since it's gravel. And the other, along the lines of Holly's comment, is just initiate the flare 5 feet away from the property line. So basically, it will extend more traditionally perpendicular to the property line 5 feet, and then the flare will happen to the road.
So
So you don't
That's
have as
fine.
long of a triangle.
I know, but that actually is dying into that little way that's already cut in. If you look at the aerial photo of the Mueller's property, there's like a little, it's like their own sidewalk. So I was only intersecting that, not the street.
Where, do you have an image of that, Val? I don't see it here.
Well, just
Well,
do it
if you-
right.
What's
Well,
there now? There's something there now.
It's just shell or something and
Hold
two
on,
gates.
I'll bring up Google.
It's the Mueller's existing.
No, I
driveway.
have, it's the next picture. Scroll up. Right there. That's
Oh, so it's
that's
just-
what goes into the property. And that's the house next door to the left.
Maybe
Yeah, that
cobblestone,
doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, I
maybe
don't-
cobblestone would be good.
Hold on one sec, please.
Can I ask a question? to
Yeah, go
clarify?
ahead.
Val, is this driveway you're proposing, is it coming right off the old Mueller driveway? It's coming right off that, so.
Yeah, so if you look at my rudimentary drawing, and I have some dotted lines, that's the little way behind the vegetation there that you can see in the picture. I wasn't quite sure if I could you know what I mean? I don't know where our jurisdiction is. Can we go right to the street or?
Okay, so, yeah, I'm gonna stick with my other comment. So your driveway, can we go back to the site plan? Okay, so this driveway for this property, the sidewalk ends over here, and then there's a shell drive.
Yeah,
All I was
parking.
saying is bring this line out straight and then flare. Bring this out straight and then flare. Which
Okay.
is traditionally how we do it, because otherwise it's just this very large space and it doesn't really give you any benefit because you're not gonna turn that close in your radius. You're never gonna get that close unless you're a
Okay,
really bad driver.
Whatever. I'm good with whatever material and whatever.
Oh, Diane is trying to say something.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't know.
Diane?
Just,
Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
that's all right. No, I disagree with what we're doing on that.
Okay. So how about a motion, Abby?
Yeah, a motion to approve, with the, do you care what the apron is made out of?
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna say cobblestone, just because it seems to be, it's
Okay.
coming off of their gravelly, and you're
Yeah.
doing gravel behind, I think the
Yeah.
two materials are compatible. And that the flare starts early and then,
Goes
for 5
straight.
feet?
Yeah.
5 feet and then turns into your gravel driveway or sort of straightens out.
Right, that sounds good.
You're doing an abbreviated flare versus what you have shown.
All right, well, I'll just draw it and somebody can look at it.
Yeah,
It's gonna be great.
I get it. You got it. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Stephen? Aye. We have a ramp.
Stephen basically eloquently said what I was trying to say.
Well, it's like when Ray does it for me, you know, you have the benefit of hearing someone else say it, and then you can,
This is a house at 3 Darling Street that's from 1840, according to the assessors. I couldn't find any other information. For Mr. Fordyce, who wasn't able to come all summer to his house because he can't get in. So we're asking for a ramp to run alongside the building, which will be, I guess, temporary as long as needed, is how I think we've worded these before.
Yeah, like seasonal?
No, because it's gonna be
Oh.
built there, but if it's no longer needed by the person in the house, then it will come off.
So,
I'll go.
if Al's
Uh,
ready.
just one sec, Diane. We're gonna have Holly go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, Mr. Fordyce is very, very nice gentleman. I have a draft Form B that our consultants have done. Remember, this is within the fish lots, so he can have a copy of this.
Oh, great.
This is a circa 1830 typical Nantucket home. It's going to be attributed to Laban and Mary Swain Paddock. And so we have a really nice Form B. Again, that's why we became a CLG, so we could acquire those federal fundings and update our HDC surveys, which are Form Bs. As far as the handicap ramp goes, our lovely advisory group had mentioned no concerns as long as it's removable after it's needed. Visible ramps in the OHD are acceptable because they are necessary for the current occupant, but they should be temporary approvals, not permanent. Staff's comments, no concerns. Design is integrated into the architecture with traditional railings and proposed on the side of the historic structure. Recommendation should be temporary and not permanent, as all features proposed on a historic structure that are not permanent or original should be considered with reversibility in mind. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate that.
I can go.
Please.
I'm in favor of this. I think you incorporated it well into the old house. And I think, you know, when Mr. Forsyth meets his maker, the ramp can take a hike.
I don't want that to be one of the conditions.
Yeah, no. So just, I'm in favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Diane?
Yeah, it's a good thing to have. And
Okay.
it looks
Carrie?
like
Oh, sorry.
No, it would be very nice just to approve it as fast as possible for him.
Yes. Yeah, I wish we knew about it earlier. Carrie?
Yep, I'm with you.
Connie?
No issue with this.
Okay, so can I get a motion that this will be approved through staff, approved as temporary in nature, that is not approved as a permanent alteration?
That's my
I
motion.
was so moved.
Okay. Abby actually beat you to it. Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you, Val. You're up with a duplex at 6 Yawkey.
Yawkey Way. I think I provided in this packet online, I hope. The rest of Yawkey Way, which is all duplexes that you have approved that are very similar, same buildings. I think they did a nice job over there, keeping it nicely landscaped, and it's typical of the neighbors.
Okay.
Neighborhood.
Would anyone like to comment?
On the front page, I believe there's a photo looking down Yawkey Way, so you can see the different. We had 2 or 3 styles in there. This is the last lot.
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Diane?
Natural
No,
to-
I think it looks like it would fit in with what's already there.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, I think this is exactly like one that's already there, so.
Yep, it is.
Okay, Connie?
I agree.
Wood roof, natural to weather.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd add is I think that this is a model. Add some street trees, and this is a model for how duplexes should be built in the community.
There are trees there.
No, I mean, just a couple more. I've been out there recently to do some
Yeah.
inspections, but it's a well-conceived, well-implemented, it's an attractive little community of duplexes.
Quiet.
Yeah, quiet, parking. Okay, so that is, we motioned, we voted, and we're on
Done.
to,
Did we vote? Did we have?
No motion, no vote. You still need to do that.
oh, I guess I
Sorry.
did that all in my head. I was so excited.
A motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Me, aye. Now we're moving on to 38 window replacement.
This is a house that's known as Chaos Corner. Used to belong to my kindergarten teacher. I loved her. It's a window replacement. The
Oh, nice.
windows in the same locations, same sizes, but to change to SDL. The porch windbreak windows, which are fixed on the front, that you see from the road, are remaining. Nothing's happening to those. And they wanted to ask to change to a 2/2 pattern from 6/6 because some of the older windows are 2/2. And I also have a picture, a historic picture in the packet. And you can see that it actually looks like a 2/1, but that's the application.
Okay, thank you. Comments, concerns?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, Holly?
since this is a historic structure,
Please.
I definitely reviewed this. Chaos Corner tribute to Mrs. Lamb, and I believe it was also part of the Finney Farm.
Finney, yeah. Linda's relative,
Dr.
maybe.
Westcott, yes, which is actually included on the NHA photograph information that you provided. And I do concur that there's no HDC survey. The tax assessors is the best way in this case to date it, approximately 1930s. It could be even older. As far as the window replacement goes, due to the age of the structure, but I understand the reason for it, its proximity to the harbor, TDL is more appropriate. I did also want to mention, as far as the configuration goes, that the 1930s photo that you provided, if you could show that, Adrian, that'd be great. It actually, if you look fairly closely, it shows both 2/2s and 6/6s.
Yep.
So I would think that the 2/2s are more contemporary in nature versus the 6/6s. But I understand why not wanting to have additional panes due to this beautiful vista that this structure has. And on a side note, thanks to Mrs. Lamb, when she passed on, a lot of that land went over to in perpetual open space for the public to enjoy. So I would recommend keeping the 6/6 and TDL. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who would like to start?
I can give a.
Abby, you're on.
All right, so I understand the reason for the SDLs. And so, like in the past, anything that's not showing from the street, I wonder, just those, the one and the threes, couldn't they stay TDLs and everything else go to SDLs?
Are you talking about on the east?
on
Yes. Yeah.
Wauwinet Road.
Yeah, I would just also point out that the one is also a screened-in porch. You can see in a smaller photo, so you
Right.
don't really see that, but sure, on the front, that
Okay,
would be
so,
fine.
so the two to the right, just the
Yep.
two to the right, just to give it an old fashioned flair. And then I think the ones that you see obliquely, the ones and the twos, let's hear what other people have to say, but I'll be pretty lenient except for those two on the street.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Who's up?
I'll
Diane?
go.
Okay.
I'll go.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the mixture of the windows should stay the way it is. My house was built in 1835 and it's got 6/6 huge 6/6s on the front and 2/2s on the sides and the rear, because at some time it was 2/2s, I believe, and then they added the 6/6s. So I think it's very hard to tell which came first. I think probably around 1858 the 6/6s came in, and before that it was 2/2s. So I think it would be simplest if we just kept what was there, because she was pretty interested in keeping the building the way it was. So that's what I would suggest.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I think I'm okay with the 2/2s. I do think on the front we should actually keep the 6/6s, but I don't mind if they're all SDLs, because I think you don't walk by this house. There's no there's no bike path near this house, so I think the SDLs will not make a difference visually.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I think I would agree with Diane, just keep it the way it is, simple.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to point out there will be a bike path here, just so you all know. It is in the
side?
works. Pardon me?
Yeah. On
Yeah,
which
just,
side?
oh, I don't think that's been quite determined yet. But the funding and so on and so forth is being resolved, or at least being worked on. Yeah, I agree. 6/6 TDLs on the front, 2/2 STL on the side with some type of storm window.
Great. I would make that my motion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Diane, on your motion.
Yeah. Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Stephen? Aye.
Okay.
Thank you. And we will be moving expeditiously to 85 Low Beach, 2 applications to, 3, all demo, main house, garage, and pool house. Michael Bard.
Well, actually, you're stuck with me, Elizabeth Dunmar-Coulier of Elizabeth Dunmar-Coulier Architects and Interiors. How are you all this evening?
We're doing well, Elizabeth. Welcome to HDC. Don't think of it as us being stuck with you. We're happy to have you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being happy to have me. I'm
And
here. I know that
Bear with
these
us
are-
just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, we got the locus up.
Perfect. And we have these all in as 3 separate applications, but basically what we're looking at is demoing all 3 of the structures that are on this property and replacing them with new, more current structures. The main house was built, I believe it was 76 or 77. And then the garage and the pool house were built in 2001. We are looking to replace all of those, and the main house application and garage application were delivered by my colleague Mike Bard last week. So I'm sure those will be in queue soon. And I think the pool house we're going to have in another couple weeks. And the goal is to keep the new structures far back on the property, similar to this, and in generally the same orientation. And the reason to get in front of you early, before we have those applications in hand at the same, or new applications in hand at the same time, is just trying to lock down with our builder, Rich Gammons of Crossroad Builders. He's trying to get people lined up for demolition from a contractor perspective for the spring. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Holly, did you have anything on these?
I do, Mr. Chair. I just want to concur on the date of the main dwelling as circa 1976 on the NHL data, non-contributing. I will just mention that it would be a shame to demolish, and obviously the dwellings themselves would have to be advertised as required by law. So those are comments, Mr. Chair.
I
Thank you.
was confused by this because it said 31 Washing Pond. Was this house moved from 31 Washing Pond to this site?
No, this is 85 Low Beach Road.
Correct, but your
that might be an error.
information that you gave us says
Oh.
31.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think that might be an error, because I believe that this says 85 Low Beach Road on this site plan.
Is that cleared up for you,
No,
Val?
it says 31 Washing Pond.
Mr. Chair, through you, the actual hard copies that we have indicate 31 Washing Pond from Elizabeth's architecture firm.
That's an error on our part. We're happy to resubmit hard copies with the correct address on them. Yep.
Is that the house though?
Apologies.
And Elizabeth, I believe that I'm only seeing these tangentially.
It says the same thing.
Is the porch at the front a covered porch with a hip second story dormer?
Yep. So there's a slightly covered. It's a projecting porch off the front of the existing structure, and it's in between the two hipped single story bits of the front, and then the second story also has a hipped roof, and then there's a third floor shed roof coming out as well.
Okay, just confirming that the imagery and elevations we have are indeed of the one we're supposed to be talking about. And it looks
Yes,
as
they
if
are.
that's the case, so we're ready to proceed on that. So material comments on the application?
I don't have a problem with this. I don't think you need to resubmit if somebody could just change it on the paper so you don't have to make more copies. But I'd like to see a move, somebody try to move, advertise it for a move, and or if that doesn't work, at least salvage some of the building parts.
Yeah, the columns.
Well, like even doors and cabinets and stuff like that, so it doesn't go in the landfill.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby?
Yes.
And windows,
ditto.
it's a big building.
Otherwise, I'm fine with the demo, but let's put it up for auction or whatever. What do you call that? Picking.
You have to advertise.
Yeah, it's got to be advertised.
Yes. Could you advertise it so people could know that it's going for
Yeah.
demo?
It's actually required under ordinance.
Okay.
So, Diane?
Yeah, it's a big building to demo, but in the other buildings they want to put in, you can't move it to the back because it's so big. So I guess move or demo would be. And when it's written up, we have to talk about it. I don't know how soon it has to be written up, but we ought to do something about making some of the stuff available rather than getting trashed and taken off the island. That's all I wanted just to say.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I have nothing to add.
That's it.
And, okay. Yeah, nothing to add. On, who will make the motion?
I will. Motion to.
I'll make the motion.
Approve as a move off / demo, meeting the advertising requirement for the building department, and trying to salvage or let somebody salvage what they'd like if you can't move it.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane, Carrie,
Aye.
Aye.
aye. Okay, carries unanimously.
And this, is this all of these for demo?
Yeah, so we'll
Just
take
make
a,
a
I
demo?
think, a cursory look. Can we pull up the garage? And Adrian, I don't know that you need to actually pass out drawings if, on these. Can we just look up it on the
There
screen?
was no floor plan, which was a bummer.
So the garage and then have the pool house ready to go. So Elizabeth, if you want to walk us through this.
Yep. So again, this on the same, obviously on the same property, a two-story garage right now, built in 2001. And again, we're requesting to demo that so we can put in a new two-story garage in a similar location to where this one is.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Bill.
I would make the same motion that it's advertised for somebody to possibly take it, and if not, to move it off, and if not, to let somebody salvage pieces and parts of it.
Okay. Abby,
I agree with Val.
Diane, Carrie,
Aye. Or I do
Diane?
too.
You there, Diane?
Let's see her.
I see your knees.
Aye.
Okay. Yeah, and I would just ask that although this one is it's got to be advertised, that you reach out to the Nantucket Housing. It's definitely a smaller building, and if it could be, it's, you know, relatively new.
Yeah, looks nice.
Okay, so motion.
That was my motion.
Okay, so motion is to approve move off demo with the advertising, including reaching out to the Nantucket Housing. Pool house, please.
Wait, we didn't vote.
Oh, we didn't vote?
Nope.
God, I just want to be through with that one. I'm so sorry. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie, since you called it? And
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and I appreciate y'all keeping track of me, keeping track.
Pick Village.
See, Carrie, if you were here, you could just kick me from the side. It'd be so great. The demo of the pool house?
Demo the pool house, same thing, constructed in 2001. Single story pool house. We'll have a new pool house in the same location.
Okay, thank you. Comments, motion?
Motion.
Yeah.
Okay, Diane,
Aye.
on your motion?
Oh, yeah. My motion would be to do what we did. To
Okay.
move, demo, advertise, and make parts available.
Okay, fair enough. And on your motion?
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Great,
Val?
thank you guys.
I'll write it when I come back. My guy should be on here, Tim.
Abby, would you mind
Yep.
sharing this one? I'm going to write those up.
Yeah, this is Tim,
Yeah, it's,
Tim Brain. I'm here.
10 Lily.
Hi, Tim.
Hi.
I'm just waiting to get it on the screen here. This is an application for a little house on 10 Lily Street in Sconset, which you've approved a small addition to a few weeks ago. It's an Underhill cottage called the Rambler.
Yeah.
We're asking to put a little transom dormer on the north side for a little headroom in the low portion of the roof line there. And I believe I gave some examples of other dormers that are similar in Sconset.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And Tim is here if he wants to add anything or answer
Yeah,
questions.
I will, I think at the last meeting, that you were discussing this, a couple of people were concerned that bringing the roof line up on the addition there of the bedroom sort of took away some of the quirky factor that is common in Sconset. And I actually agree. And so we came up with this idea of a dormer to make it, to keep the quirky factor. And there are a lot of these dormers all over in the old cottages in Sconset. And I thought, well, it seems to be in keeping, and it does perk it up a little bit. So and the headroom in this room it's so low with the previous roof that you can barely, half the room you can barely use. So anyway, that's my pitch. I think it fits into Sconset pretty well.
Thank you, Tim. I think I was one of the naysayers. So I appreciate the new quirkiness.
Okay.
So, okay, let's see who's on this board. It's
About
probably
Holly.
Diane.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Holly.
Thank you. So for the record, as Val had mentioned, this is the Rambler. It's a Edward Underhill cottage circa 1882. Actually, all of Lily Street and Everlyn are all attributed to Underhill. As she mentioned, this is a revision to the original proposed changes. My staff's comments are as follows. Although the proposed dormer is not egregious, it is altering the main facade of this Underhill cottage and creating a new feature, removing the simple lines of the eave forward low roof, a character defining feature of this simple Underhill cottage. Staff's recommendations, although I could be wrong, I don't think there are any low pitch shed dormers on any of the existing Underhill cottages, but I would love to be shown otherwise. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val, did you show one that was an Underhill?
Tim,
No, I took those pictures. None of them were in Underhill. They were all in Sconset, but not Underhill.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's a specific style, but
there are examples though, if you wanted to see them.
of other styles.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Diane, you're on this?
Oh, that's the existing.
Yeah.
Do you have drawings of the new drawings that you did?
Yeah. This is all history stuff in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, go back. Yeah.
Okay, that's the new proposed, and then with the new dormer on the front.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Diane, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here, and I was telling you I don't know. If it maybe could be smaller, so it wouldn't be so take up so much room on that part of the house. I know you need one. I just don't know if that's the only way to do it. So I can't give you an answer right away. I want to hear what other people say. Okay.
Is it Connie? Is it you or Carrie on this one?
Both.
Both?
I'm going to sit on.
Okay, Connie, could you give your comments?
I'm not sure either. I think it's needed. It certainly looks pretty low. But I'm not sure how it fits into the house or the style in Sconset. So I'm kind of up in the air too.
Understandable. Carrie?
I'm okay with this. We've already allowed this thing to be bumped up. And in the bumping up, it got a little bulky. And I think this thing actually helps to give a smaller little detail on the wall that focuses you to that. And I think it's really cute. I think it fits into Sconset. If it's not an Underhill detail, maybe it would have been.
Right. Thank you, Carrie. I also agree. I didn't didn't really approve of the first go around, but this adding to it, it kind of lightens up that front. And it actually feels more like an Underhill cottage now that it has a detail like that, because they were so quirky. And as for we're talking about everything, right? Not just the front elevation?
Well, it's just the dormer, so it's
Just
what
the
it
do-
looks like on the
You
sides.
did things on the back too?
Not for
No,
this, no.
Oh, only
It's
this,
just the
okay.
dormer.
All right, so, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's try it, Carrie. On Carrie's motion, Connie?
Aye.
Aye, good. Diane?
I'll go. I think if they put roses across it, as it had, it would just fit right in. I really do. That's why I couldn't make up my mind. It's just, it doesn't have any roses on it.
Okay,
So
I'll
would
put
say
that
aye.
in the.
I would,
Okay, good.
keep that in your mind.
Carrie, this is your motion, right? So, and,
I'm right.
Stephen's not on, and, so I'm in favor of the motion, and Carrie, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a go with roses. Thank you.
Roses, Tim.
Okay.
You win.
I'll do roses, I promise.
Okay, great, thank you.
Bye.
We're on to 32 Jefferson, demo main house.
Are they here?
I believe Sai's here to represent.
I am.
Hey, Cy, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you in person.
Nice to see you all in person. Good evening.
Okay.
Oh, you really are here in person. I was looking up there.
From above.
We're ready when you are.
Okay, great. So I believe we already have an approval for a house here. But in deference to some of the neighbors who really wanted to have the ridge of this house lowered, we have submitted a move off or demo for the existing house, which is circa 1980, and submitted in the very next application a new design for the house.
Okay, so Cy, just so I'm clear,
We've
correct or
agreed.
confirmed, you've got an approval for a structure on the lot to replace this structure or not to replace this
It
structure?
was a revision to this structure.
Okay.
So revision
Gotcha.
renovation
Okay,
to this
so a revision,
structure.
And you're asking for a move demo, and you're also going to propose a new structure to replace it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Polly, please.
Thank you. So, and maybe Sai could explain this, but, and if you look at, I want to talk about both of these applications together because one, we're dealing with, obviously a demo move of a main dwelling, non-contributing within the local district that has had revisions to it that you have approved previously. However, I was confused when I reviewed the new application because it's a revision to your previously approved plans. So that's really confusing. And please tell me if I'm the only one that's confused on that aspect.
Because they were going to they were going to renovate the house. Now they want to demo it and rebuild.
The same exact thing?
Not the same exact thing. I've looked at this one. So they're proposing a gambrel style. It's similar, but they've changed the roof style. So we sort of have to look at both.
Right, because we're not, I mean, at the end of the day, you're dealing with revisions to an existing structure, but we also want to demolish it. So again, I don't understand how we could have a revision unless we're just doing it semantics wise. And that's why I brought that up.
Right, and I'm just going to jump in on here because it is
Mr.
still
Chair.
a little bit confusing, and this is why I was asking. The application for the second matter includes a narrative which includes to drop the new first floor finished floor 2 foot 3 inches from existing. So I take that to mean you're using the existing floor as your datum and you're saying you're going to drop it from there. But where it gets confusing is it includes on the east elevation, revised window, reduced porch depth, revised stairs. It goes on for each of the elevations to indicate either revise or remove. So this is I presume, because it's in the drawings for the new house, that the way you're presenting the new structure is the new structure versus what was previously approved with what was previously approved, including revisions to the existing structure, which you are now asking to demo remove. So you might understand we're a little confused.
Absolutely. And I myself was confused when I first reviewed this as well to present it tonight.
Okay.
So move off demo. We understand that. I believe the second application should have just clouded the entire building as a revision to previously approved as a new design.
Okay. And then, so the description in your application and the drawings for the new structure we're talking about should be looked at through the lens of, this is what was previously approved on the lot, regardless of whether it incorporated some of the old structure or not. And this is what we're proposing instead.
Correct. With also the language that we are lowering the finished floor of the existing structure so that we can also lower the ridge, which I think was a concern of the neighbors in the previous approval.
Okay, I'm sorry, Abby, just because Holly, she needs to be clear on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think and I get the reason because of that. I do remember that there was a little contention when this was reviewed. I do think for clarity's sake, the application needs to be clear that it's a new dwelling to replace the existing dwelling, but utilizing a height comparison with the existing structure with the proposed, if that makes sense. I think the way the application is written, it is as if you're reviewing a revision to an existing structure that you're wanting to demolish. So, it does not make sense, and it's atypical to say the least.
Right. So I think when we get to the point, and then Abby, I'll move us ahead, that we do make a motion on this, I think it will be to revise the application through staff, whatever the other conditions are. It will include to revise the application through staff just to simplify the concept. It's almost as if you could just eliminate the previously approved from the language. Because although we're looking at it to compare and contrast currently, the approval will be for what's been proposed en masse.
Absolutely agree. And I believe the reason it wasn't done that way to begin with is to make sure it was clear that we were lowering the ridge for the concerns of the neighbors.
Sure. No, I get it. Okay. Abby, I'm sorry.
I had one question. What is the difference between what we approved, the height, and what is now proposed? Is it 2 feet lower?
I believe it's about 22 inches lower, but let me double check that.
That's approximate is fine. I just wanted to know that fact.
Can we go to the, I want to get us rolling here, but for points of information, can we go to the first set of elevations that shows the proposed south? Yeah, that'll do. Can you zoom in 3 clicks on the upper two, and a little bit more? So Sai, I'm not trying to trap you here, but so the proposed shows a 30-foot height and the previously approved shows a 2911.
Correct. We are also cutting grade to achieve that lower ridge.
So the ridge is being lowered relative to the site, but not the size of the structure.
That's correct.
Itself.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're cutting grade, lowering the proposed finished floor so that the overall ridge can come down almost 2 feet.
So just for our group, basically the red line on the proposed south elevation, left to right, was the finished floor of the previously approved, and that has been lowered to the blue line. So the end result is the overall structure is lowered 2 feet, whatever inches, but the size of the structure is not necessarily shorter.
And
Right.
is it- Do we get drawings of this? Yeah. What, is this a side view? What is that?
This is the proposed south side. Will you give us our cardinal point orientation relative to the street?
Absolutely. 1 second.
I think the east is the front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Abby, did you want to go? You want a few more minutes to look at this?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I was curious if we can go back down to the demo now, if we can do that first.
Yeah, why don't we do that and give everybody a chance to look at the drawings too?
I just wanted to make a comment on the plans that were submitted for the demo. I believe the as-built provided are of the previous revisions. And if I'm mistaken, please let me know, but it looked like they were. So I just wanted that clarified for the record. Other than that, no concerns. Hope it gets salvaged.
Okay, thank you, Holly. So we can clean that up in a motion. And Carrie, why don't you sit on this one?
Okay.
And if you're ready, you can go. And if not, I'll ask Diane.
Well, I am ready because I personally think the other option, the original approval, is more appropriate. I think this gambrel is great.
Carrie, I'm sorry, we're actually on the demo move off.
Well, I get that. I can't seem to separate the two, but as a total demo, that's fine.
Okay. And then we'll pick up on your comments on the house when we move to that.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Diane? Is she muted?
Well, maybe we'll finish reviewing. It seems to me we've been reviewing it for the last 5 years, but
5 years?
I would
There's a
go
little
along with the
hyperbole
demo.
there. Yeah, we went back to the demo because we had opened it, and also some people didn't have enough time to review the proposed new house, so if you wouldn't mind speaking on the move off demo.
Right. I spoken that it's fine. Please continue.
Okay, thank you,
with
Val.
moving it off or demoing it.
And hopefully salvaging something if it can't be.
Okay. Abby?
Well, I understand the dilemma because
Microphone.
Move up a little, please.
I understand the dilemma because I too like the former, I mean, we spent a lot of time just getting this, and now I think this new proposed is boxy, so.
We're on the move off demo, though. I hate to interrupt you.
I know, but I'm just saying that if we, but they were, the older one that I like is part of the original, so if I okay the move off demo.
No, we're going to review the house, separate application. So you're going to have an opportunity to opine on exactly what you're talking about now.
But this is a renovation, isn't it? Isn't the previous?
The original was a renovation.
Right, but if we, let me clarify. If we vote that the gambrel changes aren't going to be appropriate, then they may have a move off demo, but they're certainly not going to, I presume, just.
Oh, I see. Listen, I think I'm just going to abstain from this.
Okay.
So I'm sure it will pass anyway.
Yep. Okay, yeah, I agree. We'd like to see it salvaged, either moved or salvaged, but other than that, how about a motion, Val?
Motion to move off or demo, advertise to move off and ask around if anybody wants it, salvage what you can. And if ultimately nothing, demo.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Abstain.
Diane,
Aye.
Clear, it's because of the age of the structure, not, it's
Mhm.
not a turn of the century house.
Yep.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye, for same reason.
and I for same reason. Okay, now
Yeah.
we go back to the house, houses. And again, they are in peril here. But they don't have to move and demo the house if we don't approve what's been proposed as the change. They already have an approval for what we already approved. Who would like to begin?
Well, I sort of started earlier, so I'm happy to go.
Okay, why don't we just start with you, Carrie?
I think the gambrel is too much for this site. It makes the third floor a really full third floor. And the original application did the same thing in a more sensitive way or in a more appropriate way. Sitting high up on a hill, the gambrel just seems way too massive. On the north elevation, it's completely wonky. If you could go to the north elevation, the gambrel here is it's like limp on the right hand side, and I don't quite understand it. The smaller mass gambrel seems to be okay. But I much prefer the gable roof building that we did. And if you're concerned about lowering the ridge for the neighbors, I would suggest doing what you're doing with the grade on the gambrel house and do it on the gable house. That will solve the problems for me.
Okay, thank you, Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
Diane?
Yeah. Yes, I am with Carrie. I think that the gambrel is too heavy to be that building up on the hill. I think that the old one fits in better. The new one is so massive and heavy, it just loses what's supposed to be going on there. So I definitely would approve the building. That's what.
I'm sorry,
rather
Diane,
than
I missed
moving
that
or
last
demoing
part.
these.
Could you repeat the last part? You definitely would.
I would be in favor of using the previously approved drawings than going to demo the main house. Or are those previously approved? Those are all approved. So can't they build them as such right now without having to get anything more?
That's correct.
Well, I would stick with the old house, so I would not approve the new proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
I think you've done a fantastic job adapting the gable to the gambrel, the gable to the gambrel. Really have, but I think it's complicated, the roof lines, especially on that north elevation. I just think that looks, well, the south and the north, I think the sides look sort of just, it's just that the gable was so simple and it seemed, old fashioned and quiet. This one seems squarish and hefty on the side of that hill. So I would be for the first iteration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Yeah, I think that I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think that south elevation. Oh, you didn't speak? I'm sorry, Bill. No, go ahead. Nope.
I was going to say, I don't mind a gambrel. I know that there was some comments in the historic group about introducing a gambrel, but I found the house behind it at 17 Lincoln is a big gambrel, which you can see in the photo. with this house in front of it. And then standing and looking down, you can also see a 3-story gambrel, 23 Jefferson Street. So I don't think it's introducing a new style. What I think is that the proportions of the chords is a little bit off. Like Carrie said, the first story on the north seems to be an appropriate proportion. And then when it goes up, it's almost completely different. So I don't disagree with my cohorts here. If the other house stays the way it was approved and is lowered, then everybody wins. So I'm good.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to read the advisory group's comments into the record.
Why don't we work that out?
I read them.
Thank you, Val. So the group said that the previous gable design was much more appropriate for the neighborhood. A 2.5-story gambrel with 3rd floor dormers is too tall and does not relate to any other buildings nearby. They are very rare on Nantucket and don't have dormers facing the street. Due to the elevation on the hill, this would feel extraordinarily tall. The overall proportions are not appropriate, especially on the north elevation. And I did also want to mention, Mr. Chair, I don't know if anybody's in the queue of abutters, but obviously that there was concern from the previous reviews of this site.
Sure. Thank you for that, Holly. Your comments, and also, can you take a quick look at the participants to see if there's anyone with their hand up?
I do see Sarah Alger here. I don't know if she's wanting to speak on this app.
We'll give her to the count of 4.
I don't want to speak, but thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay. I'll go back. My comments are, I think Val said it best for me, is the chords, and in particular on the south, I think you could actually truncate the width with your second floor program not being compromised. And that would change the dimensions there. On your north elevation, much more challenging. I'm not sure you can shift those chords to decrease the overall sense of mass. So I think, given other comments, you're not getting any traction on the gambrel, and it's going to come down to whether you want to work out some revisions you think that you can present, or would you like to go back to the previously approved?
I think at this point, we'd like to hold for revisions.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll ask for a motion, please.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll
Diane.
make that motion.
Thank you, Diane. On your motion?
Yep.
Yes?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Thanks, Cy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And now 40 Easton. And we'll, Connie, you'll say. And we're good to go? We're good to go. Oops. Don't feel rushed,
Okay.
Cy.
I'm good. All right, let's see. We have fenestration revisions, chimney location revisions, addition to the second floor revision, revising some decks. So I think what might be a little confusing here is there's multiple notations on all the elevations of the same thing, because you can notice all these revisions from all of the elevations. So.
All right, I think maybe best if you just walk us through each elevation.
Okay.
Oh, Holly, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1893 kind of eclectic structure within the old historic district of Brant Point, actually the one side of Brant Point that actually is in the OHD. I do have comments from our little advisory group. The proposed east addition has shifted forward to within a few inches of the front wall on the second floor. This essentially extends that wall another 10 to 12 feet, distorting the mass facing the street. This addition worked much better when it was set back 6 feet or so. The resulting roof plane at the corner of the main mass are nearly touching and create a confusing roof intersection. The chimney on the east elevation is awkwardly placed on the face of a shed dormer. From staff's comments, the proposed changes to the east do not help this historic structure. The previous west was more in keeping with the historic structure. The south is better with the flanking windows on the second floor versus the flanking French door. So I appreciate that change. Staff's recommendations, the west needs to be revised from what was submitted as proposed. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that was from HSAG and you? Okay. Comments, concerns, compliments, curiosities?
That's the east. Sorry, just the drawings. Can you go to the north and east?
I was confused when I read the comments of the historic structure. But now I see what they're talking about, and it is a bit unusual. This mass that's moving forward, if you look at the east, is just like a corner board step away from the front wall. So I think that is not appropriate. That's all I have.
That's
I
okay.
think, yeah.
Abby?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think that the previous east elevation is more appropriate and reads well. And I'm fine with the changes on the south.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I would agree about the east elevation also. I have trouble finding the south. I can't, I've only got the north and the east elevations on my thing. So there's east, north. The south is just below those. If you can drop it
on the screen now,
push them up a little bit. There. And what was the proposal on that south one? To accept it as proposed?
So on this,
Steve?
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, through you, Diane, basically they're proposing over here, they had flanking French doors around the window, the ganged windows. Yep. They're actually having ganged windows. I reversed it to flank it, which is a lot more in keeping. And also for the record, my apologies. I meant that the east elevation needs revisions, not the west. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. I figured I'd let you get yourself.
Okay, yes. All right, well, that's what I agree with what has been said on that respect. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who are we with in the rotation? Connie or Carrie?
It's up to you.
Carrie already spoke. I'm sorry. I don't need to put some protein shake in there.
Should I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm fine with the south elevation. I think what they've done is incredibly symmetrical on that main mass. But I do agree with the others that secondary mass on the left on the north elevation, which is on the right on the south elevation, should not be pushed so forward. It will read as really part of the primary mass, and it's not. It's secondary, and it should be shifted back. Although I don't mind infilling some of that front porch, which is one of the results of pushing that thing forward. But I think you could probably still do both. I'm not sure. I guess you've already done it, or it's already happening.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks. I have nothing to add. How about a motion? Oh, I do. I'm sorry. I have one thing to add. You know, I noticed this on, and I hopefully you can incorporate it. There's concept where we have the vertical boards, the curtain, if you will. There's no pier. There's no sense of a breakup, a vertical breakup, like I've maybe underneath the post, a slightly wider board, or at the corners, some structurally, it just looks like a plane as opposed to structural elements that are being built upon one another, which is much more typical on Nantucket than not. So I think it would be appropriate if you'd consider some type of an element of, it could just be a wider board to appear so that it looks like a structural element. This is analogous to a roof walk having a skirt where the posts don't show, which is something we never approve. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Steve,
Yeah.
what about that? What about that east elevation previously approved? It looks like they, on each end of that stretch, they put a post down from where the poles are up above. Do you see that?
No, I don't see it. I mean, I'm looking at it, but I don't see it in the. Yeah. I think that's just, they're delineating the corners.
It's there, but it's inward. They're delineating the end of that forward piece of the two windows. You see it right there. You see it right there. They're both sides of the staircase going up. Anyway, it's just, I thought if that was what they were going to use, it would be good to follow it around the sides.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Diane. So motion, please.
So,
Do you have questions, Si?
I do have a question related to this project. I don't know if it's appropriate now to ask it or if it's after the motion.
It's now or forever hold your peace.
Okay, now it is. So one thing we were looking at with this structure, and we know it's on the periphery of the OHD, was the possibility of SDL windows in this structure. The current house has insulated glass windows. The house next to it at 42 has insulated glass windows. The White Elephant has insulated glass windows. Now, I know it's not appropriate in the OHD. However, we do have a window manufacturer that can produce a 5/8" historic Muntin window that has an insulated glass pane to it. We have used this in other areas on the island that are not OHD. And I do have some photos of those windows that sort of illustrate that unless you're standing right up against the window, you cannot tell. I would love to be able to share my screen.
Sure, and just say on that, I just want to clarify, are they SDL or are they TDL, and they're insulated glass panels in the TDLs?
They're simulated divided light
SDL.
windows.
Okay.
Yep.
I would suggest that, I think at this point, submit those images with your revisions, and we'll certainly discuss it and consider it. But probably would be better to get into it at that point. And if you end up going with those, it'll simply be a matter of changing the window schedule.
Okay.
But yeah,
good.
go ahead and include the images we'd like to look at.
Is there
Yeah.
one that we could see in real life, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yep. We have them. There's one on 17 Lincoln. But obviously that one is a little set back from the
Right.
road. because this structure is sort of set back a little bit from the road, we thought it might be approvable, given the design of these windows. I can't think of any that we've done that are right up against the sidewalk, like a downtown Main Street type of application. But I can certainly look through our files and find out if there is something that we have installed that is close enough to the sidewalk where you can actually get up close to it.
Yeah, because this does come right up to the street, the garage.
Oh, the addition
portion.
The addition portion.
So.
Okay. So Si, what I'll suggest is include that information in the packet. And if you can highlight and maybe flag through staff a couple of locations where we might be able to go out and view. And, certainly you're welcome to put some images in, but if we can go out and view ourselves, and if there's one close to the street and one that's not so close, actually it would be beneficial to take a look at both of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Will do.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
About the windows too, if he can clarify whether or not, I can't remember if the last revision included changing the windows in general. What if these are, I don't think these are original, but we should know the age, the era of these existing windows. Were they already approved to be changed?
The windows that are in the existing house are all Anderson insulated glass. None of them are old windows. We're proposing to replace them all.
Okay.
And our original approval included TDL since it was in the OHD.
Okay. I just think that should be clarified. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, just review the application.
Thank
If it's
you.
not clear in there, then make a couple notations.
Okay. Will
Okay.
do.
Thank you, Si.
Thank you.
Okay, we voted on that last one?
No, no motion yet.
I'm teasing.
Approved. I heard approved from someone.
Val, on your motion, would you make it?
Motion to hold for more information, conditions, and maybe some examples of those window sash that we could look at.
Microphone.
Microphone. Val did a practice motion and now she's going to launch the real one.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Oh, good.
More information and some places for us to go by and see an example of this type of sash that he's suggesting. And I think that was it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
that's
On
my
your motion?
motion. Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Si.
Okay, now Connie, you'll be on this one. 38 and 40 Cliff Road.
This is that nice man. Yes. Mr. Mata.
Is this, this is Luke's project?
I thought you meant Luke.
Yeah, he's coming. She did mean Luke.
Nice man too.
He's coming.
I met Mr. Mata. I know. He is nice. He is nice. Apparently my grandfather gave me his first mortgage. No.
All right, when Luke's ready.
Oh, thank you.
Are you muted? No.
What we were trying to do here is hold the integrity of the old building entirely. I have included the mapping from the past, and it hasn't changed a great deal. The rear portion was added at a later point than the original structure. And it is it's the front structure, which is of primary historic significance. And we've left that entirely intact. And myself and the client have decided to not trying to demean that at all by adding second floor levels as extensions off it to the rear, or affecting it as it exists today in the main mass. Instead, what we chose to do was to do a one-story addition that met the my client's program requirements in terms of bedrooms and expanded living areas. But we feel as though we've done it in a manner that is in keeping with the neighborhood. And we've also tried to be respectful and imitate some of the details on the front of the house in our efforts to make a nice looking rear portion, a new portion. That's the rear there as it currently exists. And while for the most part, we're holding the perimeter footprint in many respects, and also keeping everything new as one story. The rear portion foundation is in terrible repair, and it didn't seem worthwhile to try and keep portions of the walls. And we worked with Holly a bit in advance so that we could cut to the chase in terms of successful proposal. And so what you have before you is that.
Okay, Luke, thanks. We appreciate that. Holly, do you have staff and HSAG?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1840 gable-forward Greek revival, and Clay Lancaster noted that the dormers in the north wing were later additions. I have both staff comments and some advisory group comments. They said that they had no concerns that the additions are well to the rear and very subordinate. Staff's comments appreciate the sensitivity to this 1840 Greek revival. As Luke had noted, I did speak with the owner and Luke, but before he engaged with Luke, and appreciate both the two of them taking and listening to my advice, keeping the addition with the appropriate additive massing to the rear. And it is understood that the existing rear addition is in deteriorated shape. I did have a question about the condition of the windows. I do think that rear addition does date a little bit later than previously thought, based on some Sanborn map that I found from 1909. This was actually located right across from the former Sea Cliff Inn. Very cool. Staff's recommendations. The plan should clearly be shown in red with the removal of existing rear. That it shouldn't be a problem to add. Photos of the existing condition should be provided. I do notate that we have photos of the exterior. My only substantive comment on the design is now that we see the proposed shed roof addition on the right side of the Greek Revival facade, it would be great to minimize that visual intrusion and keep it hidden behind the 20th century sunroom addition somehow. You can see that mostly on the, I believe, the west elevation. The west elevation is what has, quote unquote, historically has had the additive massing shown. Plus, that's where the larger of the property is. So basically, when you're going out of town, you wouldn't see it. But when you're coming into town, you would. And my concern is on the front. If you can go to the front elevation, Adrian. Thank you. Where the addition to the left of the gable forward, you see how it clearly peeks out just a little bit, which is nice. But now with the addition, because it's got, yes, that is a visual intrusion that it would be nice to mitigate it somehow, which wouldn't hinder their program, but would actually retain, because again, they've done such a great job of keeping the main block of the 1840s Greek Revival by itself. I should note too that the additions that are on the building so far, again, have been sensitively done. And they're actually retaining that sunroom, which is nice. So if anything to mitigate that visibility would be great. Other than that, it was great to work with Luke and Mr. Mata, and I appreciate their patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to start?
Can I just say one thing right before?
Go ahead, Luke.
Not in contrast to Holly, but just relative to the two-dimensional drawings and the three-dimensional reality and perspective, where, you know, in terms of that gable, its prominence is certainly not going to be anywhere near what it's showing on the two-dimensional elevation. And I would just ask you guys just to keep that in mind. It's so far in the rear.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. And you can see that on your north perspective, but I was just measuring, it's 38 feet back from the front of the house too, so I agree with you, Luke. I think what you see on the flat and what's actually going to be discerned is quite different. So I think you've done a magnificent job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
So Luke, what is the roof material?
It's been so long since I submitted it. What does it say on there?
Is it natural, is it cedar shingles?
You don't have it.
Asphalt?
It's matching the existing. I believe it is cedar. No, it is cedar. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that might sort of fade away then. So if what you say is true, that you don't think it will show that much. Okay, I'm fine with it. I think it's very sensitively done. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I do too. I don't know how we looked at this building before and it didn't look anywhere nearly as well proportioned as this one. So I agree.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I
That
agree
is
also.
fine.
This
Okay.
looks great.
Yeah, Luke, if you weren't so persuasive on those gables, I would suggest just clipping the gables reminiscent of the hip roofs that were on the previous profile. But I think given the three-dimensionality of it and the distances, including the distances, that will be okay. And a very nicely completed design, by the way, very thoughtful. Motion, please,
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane? Connie?
Aye.
Aye.
Diane? Okay, excellent. Thanks, Diane. Okay, so now we
Yeah.
are
Okay, thank you
moving
very much.
no, thank you. Now we're moving over to 55 Easton New Shed. And it looks like this may be, depending how quickly this goes, we have one other, which is 7 Beaver Street, which is the main house revision before we wrap up. Oh, nice. Technical difficulty?
No, I got it up. I don't know that we have filters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see anybody.
All right, so
That made it easy.
we'll give them to the count of 4.
One.
Anybody here? for,
Quattro.
What is it?
1, 2, 3, 4.
55 Easton?
55 Easton New Shed. Okay, can we get a motion to hold for representation?
Motion to hold.
I make a motion to hold for a vision. Rep.
Val beat you, Diane, on your motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
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 and I'm an aye. Okay, so we're gonna move over to 7 Beaver and we'll have both alternates active.
Make it snappy.
Pumpkins at 8:30.
This is a house that you previously approved an addition on 7 Beaver. The changes that I'm asking for are to the rear. Holly, do you want to read HSAB first, or you want me to go? Okay. The south is what faces the street. There's no changes there. The changes are primarily to what was approved as an addition, and I'm asking to raise the floor height in the rear L 14 inches because presently it steps down 2 steps and they'd like the floor height to be the same all the way across. which will then in turn let the floor, first floor ceiling height be a little higher, which is very low. There's a couple of minor window changes. On the rear, the roof for the porch is changing to a shed roof as opposed to a hip, which did get passed, but nobody was overly thrilled with prior. And adding an access hatch door to the west side to get into the new crawl space. And shifting a few windows or removing a few windows. That's it.
Okay. Abby?
This is
Oh,
very easy.
Holly didn't,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So for the record, the main dwelling is from 1839. I have very minor comment, more a notation than anything. First of all, appreciate reusing that existing window on the west. I did have a question as far as where that existing window was, and I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, it was behind here, being moved over, because when it was originally approved, there was none here. Basically, it's an existing window that's being reused, right?
Yes.
In the main block.
Yeah,
Okay.
because where you see that formally approved addition.
Yep.
It was in that
In this side,
section,
yep.
and now that's bumped out, so we're just shifting it over. So
Perfect.
it's still in the stairwell.
And that's a consistent with a comment I had in the original. And then I just wanted to make a comment. When it comes to these rear Ls, I know we see a lot of them. You all see a lot of them. We're wanting to take out the older L and add a new and blah, blah, blah. I do want to just make a comment. Raising the height of the rear L is understandable, makes sense, especially when it's a new construction L. However, it's not necessary, as there are many existing historic Ls that you just walk down in, so that was just a comment. Other than that, there are no concerns with this proposal from both myself and the group. So,
Thank you,
Thank
Holly.
you.
Abby?
Yeah, I think it's a great job, Val. And I was just wondering on that left-west elevation where you reuse existing window, so nothing's going to be there? You're just taking that out and reusing it somewhere else? So it's just going to be a blank there?
No, that was remove a window, and that wasn't a window that was there before. That was from my previous approval.
You're adding
says-
a window.
It says reuse. Oh. okay.
Reuse the window,
Yeah.
that window,
I
yeah.
like it going from the hip to the shed. I think that's attractive, and I think you did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane?
She's muted.
Diane? Diane?
There you go. Thank you. I think it is approvable. I think it's very good architecturally designed, and I have no problem with it.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I think everything's appropriate. Good job, good job, Val.
Thank you.
Connie?
I have nothing additional.
Okay, I'm on the same wagon train. How about a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Abby?
Motion to approve submitted.
Diane, Abby beat you, but I'll let you vote next. You're an aye, Diane?
Aye.
Okay, great. Carrie?
I'm an aye.
Thank you, Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, carries unanimously. Excellent, thanks. All right, so let's just look at what's next. We don't really have time to take up another full application, I think, especially potentially solar. So we're gonna take a quick look at our other and then agenda items. First, we'll see if we've got minutes. All right, so can I get a motion to approve minutes of September 13th?
So moved.
On your motion,
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane? On the
Aye.
motion?
Aye.
Connie? Thank you, Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. I'm an abstention. I haven't reviewed those. Other business, let's just say next meeting, October 4th at 4 PM. Hybrid and in person. here at Four Fairgrounds and on Zoom. And anything here anybody wants to briefly touch on? Will we have a moment?
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Did
go
we
ahead,
ever get
Diane.
that letter off to CPC? Did I get the did we write the letter to CPC endorsing the tree mapping?
We have not. Did you say that that was the 14th it's going to be heard, or the 4th?
It's was on tonight's, but I know we brought it up. I don't remember how long ago we brought it up. And I just wondered if we got the letter off because CPC is waiting to get it.
Yeah, no, actually, Diane, that was the nature of my question. When is CPC going to be reviewing that project? Do you know?
No, I don't know. We're doing, next week, we're doing all the applications.
Okay, so just with Ray,
Mr. Chair?
just with Ray being away, that's all. Yeah,
Mr.
go ahead,
Chair,
Terry.
Last week, on the 20th, you made a motion to draft the letter to the CPC supporting the funding to map the town trees, and that was carried unanimously. So there was a
Yes.
motion made to draft the letter.
Yeah, I don't know why it was on
So
here
we don't know.
again. So I thought maybe someone
Yeah,
had called
I
in.
didn't know why it was on when you had already motioned to draft that letter up. So all that's left is drafting.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
that's
Diane, I'll
good.
tell you
So they
what,
must have got it by now.
I'll look into it and we'll get something
Yeah.
moving and we'll get a letter out. Okay.
Okay, yeah, because we're going to be going through all those things these next 2 weeks.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll touch base
Okay.
with CPC staff or someone to find out some details on the project. So when we comment, we're commenting in an informed fashion. With all of that said, I think it's time to leave 2 minutes early.
Yeah.
Is there a John McLaughlin motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, excellent. Abby on your motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an
Aye,
aye.
aye.
Thank you, everyone. Rough start, but we